it's me, mayohosko, coming to you at 60 frames per second in 4K resolution. No sugar, no filler, just real whole egg, and welcome to my channel. Be sure to like, comment, share, subscribe, and ring that notification bell. It is very important that you subscribe to the mayohosko channel because you can help mayohosko on the journey to interact with as many different people from the LEGO Online YouTube community as possible. I love this community and I love everyone watching this video. I go live every Friday night in North America at 9 PM Eastern, and I will always go that time because that's where I know the eyeballs are. So I thank you for watching. You can find me on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, my Facebook fan club, Discord, and Pinterest using links in the description, or go to my website, mayohosko.weebly.com, for all of my links and other external information. You can also choose to invest in the mayohosko channel using the Patreon and Rakuten links in the description. I'm glad that you have chosen to watch the mayohosko channel. You have made a wise choice. I hope that you will come back again, and I hope to see your name in the comments in the future. Thank you for watching. Well. We are finally going live for the first episode of Ninjago Month. How about that? It is time for some Ninjago epicness. So we have got Titanium J and Dead Bricks on the panel. I believe this is Dead Bricks' debut on the mayohosko channel. I'm pretty sure Titanium J has been here before, but it is time for some LEGO Ninjago epicness. So how has everyone's week been?
I've been good. I've just been sleeping way too much.
I've been in the same boat. I'm also sleeping at ungodly hours.
Yeah, I've been going through the garage. That's been an experience.
Going through the garage, searching for Ninjago sets.
Just cleaning it up. We've got 2 shelves on either wall, and got a stack of boxes in the middle that no longer exist now.
Yeah, I literally had to get my meter ruler to poke up a box above my wardrobe just to get down, just to get a box of Ninjago sets to fall down, and I had to make sure to catch it too, so it didn't cause too much damage. So, for those who don't know, Captain Matt works on some weekends, so he's no guarantee to be here for every episode of Ninjago Month, but 2 is just as good as 3. So we're gonna have an epic time together. So the reason why I wanted to enlist Ninjago experts and Ninjago fanboys is because they obviously know much more about the craft than me, and we can stir up some good Ninjago conversations that I wouldn't have otherwise done, because I like it is not worth me even remotely attempting to bring up a healthy, let's call it, Ninjago conversation without people like these 2. So I am going, so as I said on my Instagram live stream yesterday,
I'm going to be building these two sets first up because I want to get the sets I want done first. So we've got the Tournament of Elements and we've got the Keeper's Village. So first of all, I will be building the Tournament of Elements because I've already got the Tournament of Elements in Mayo City.
Tournament of Elements is a really good set, in my opinion. It's really good for the price.
Yeah. One of the best sets of that year. Although there were a lot of good sets from 2021.
Yeah, because originally Captain Matt gave me this as fan mail, and at first I was like, yeah, one day I'm gonna pull this apart because I'm not really sold. Like, as a non-Ninjago fan, I'm not really sold on a lot of sets, and I am very picky and choosy. But after I built this, I felt better about the set, and after I built it, I was like, you know what? I could potentially make a temple out of this in a really condensed area because there's really not that much pieces in it, and it doesn't take up a whole lot of space. There's a lot of empty space on the inside, which means I can make something really compact in the future, which is what I'm going to be doing on my own time. Apparently this was featured in season 4.
Yep.
You can see that it's got the Legacy landing on it. I know that in your reviews and talking about Ninjago Dead Bricks, you're always talking about the difference between Legacy and Core.
Yeah, I mean, like Core Wave 1, it was pretty, I guess mediocre. There was a few good sets, but there wasn't like a whole lot of good sets, in my opinion. But Wave 2 really spiked it up and it got got some really good sets out of those. Wave 2 of Core.
Yeah, because I remember when the Legacy theme came out, a lot of people were hesitant at first, but now I think that the Legacy sets are actually better than the Core sets. That's just my opinion.
I mean, I agree with you because you should at least do some remakes, honestly, instead of just making brand new items every so often.
Yeah.
Because for those, sorry, go on, Jay.
I just wish that we had gotten the rest of the Deepstone suits in Legacy. We only got Zane, and it's so frustrating because I would have loved the rest of the ninja in that style.
Yeah, I'd love to get more of the dragons, like the original pilot dragons in Legacy format.
Yeah, those two. Tread Assault in Legacy.
Yeah, now that's another big debate, and something I've heard a lot of people complaining about in their Ninjago reviews, that they haven't updated the minifigures since the Lego Ninjago movie.
Yeah, they use the same faces since then. Occasionally there's different ones, but most of the time it's the same ones.
Because what, the Ninjago movie is 6 years old now, that it's 2020.
Yeah, it came out in 2017. Yeah,
and they're still using the same faces, and
yeah,
it's like in licensed themes, Lego knows nowadays to update the figures every 5 years so that it doesn't get stale, and yet they still haven't updated the face. It's like they still haven't updated the faces, because we still get Lloyd with those weird green eyes and all this other stuff.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that in the upcoming season, maybe they'll do some updated face prints. But who knows? I mean, occasionally they do updated ones, like with Prime Empire. They had to because of the little visors behind the ninja masks.
Now, I've been one to complain about Lego's market research because for years I felt that Lego wasn't listening to their fans, particularly with all the social media avenues that they have. And over the last year, I've been seeing Lego drastically improve their market research, and seen instances of them actually listening to their fans, and I know from Ninjago set reviewers that I watch, a chunk of them were complaining that they heard fans complaining that we wanted a return to some of the enemies that had bone stuff related to them, and lo and behold, in the latest batch of Ninjago sets, the villains have bones in them again. That's something I picked out. And also, for those who don't know, and I'm sure you can go on a little spiel about it. Titanium J was on the second to last episode of a couple of Footheads, and he was proving to all of the Lego Star Wars fans how much Lego does a disservice to Star Wars fans in comparison to all of the greatness that they do for Ninjago fans.
Yeah. Here's the Bone King from the core sets.
Yeah.
Lovely figure. I love it. It feels kind of like a mashup between the original skeletons and the ghosts. And I really like that.
Yeah, because I remember talk about the ghost sets. I remember people reviewing the City of Sticks back in the day, and them saying at that time it was one of the best Ninjago sets ever. And also,
that was lovely.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest. Still, my favorite Ninjago set of all time is Skeleton Bowling, purely because of nostalgia.
Oh yeah, that set is great. I got my hands on that set a few years back, and so glad I have it.
Because I always thought it was fun that they included those flex tubing so that the bowling ball wouldn't roll away.
Yeah, and I think if you get, I think it's 3 of them. I haven't actually seen anyone do this, but if you get 3 of them, you can connect them to each other and form a complete circle. Or you can connect them to other things with Technic connections.
Yeah, because they had those Technic connections to make, instead of just one lane, a full arena.
Yeah.
And because they did have those flex tubing, you could theoretically have the ball try to bounce off it for a reverse action or something.
Yeah.
So I think we better go over the chat, see who we've got up in here. So we've got StreamYard, but we've also got Eggplant Head, Yolo X, Stud Sidious, Dusty Briggs, Life Briggs, Clicking Cliff. Who else we got? Garage Land Studios, fellow co-host of Good Morning Brick World. Let me find the thing. Where are we? Here we go.
It's your boy JP. What's up, Mayo? I like
Somebody
that.
say Mayo. Did you say Mayo? You just say Mayo. Somebody said Mayo. I heard Mayo.
I don't know, but I like that, man. And I even like how I read that. It's your boy.
Exactly. JP
Boy.
up in here. Yeah.
Yeah. So as speaking of Good Morning Brick World, do we know what you're going to talk about in this weekend's episode?
Yes, we do. It will be Bionicle.
Oh, nice. That's going to be entertaining, just because, you know, Bionicle is such a neglected and pooped on theme by Lego these days. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry to all the Ninjago. No, sorry, not Ninjago. I'm sorry to all the Bionicle fans out there, but nowadays I literally think Lego poops on that thing.
Yeah. I saw this. I think it was like a little news report clip from the Wall Street Journal, and they talked about Lego and its rise, and they gave more credit to Bionicle and more recognition to Bionicle than I think Lego actually does. And I just found that hilarious.
Yeah, because I think a lot of people like to say that the Bionicle was the big contribution, but 2 years earlier there was a little theme that came out called Star Wars.
Yeah.
I think people just casually forget that Star Wars came out in the same era as the Bionicle thing. And
Yeah, I believe Bionicle first showed up in 2001.
yeah, that was 2001, and Star Wars was 1999. And just a side topic, I always found it weird that sets like the TIE Fighter had blue in their wings for some reason, and so did sets like the Sith Infiltrator had blue for absolutely no reason.
Yeah.
That was such a, and also the Luke's land speeder had red in it. Like, why? That was such a weird, a weird decision. But that's what
Even
Lego
in the
was-
early days, the Star Wars designers couldn't get stuff right.
No. But you know what? The designers in the early days could get right. Ninjago sets, because the 2011, I remember distinctively going through the 2011 catalog and seeing sets like Skeleton Bowling and the Garmadon's Fortress, and I remember going like, "Whoa! These sets just came out of nowhere." Because up until that point, I didn't know about the ninja thing that came out in 1998. And to see Ninjago in those catalogs, I was like, whoa, that's something new.
Yeah. I didn't know about Ninjago until late 2011 when I got a set on my birthday, and then I just slowly got more and more into it. Now here I am. That friend who got me that set has no idea what he's done.
Yeah, and now he is at Dead Bricks Customs, who has pretty much built his channel upon Ninjago sets. I don't think as many people know about you at Dead Bricks. Do you want to give a quick rundown of your life story in 2 minutes or less?
Yes. So with Lego Ninjago, I was first introduced to it with the Cartoon Network show The Pilot when it was airing the first time. I was just like probably like 8, 9, 10 or something like that. I really don't remember the age exactly, but like I was watching it when I was a kid. The first 4 episodes I was binge watching it because I didn't have anything else to do. I didn't have much money at the time, and my mom got me like the $10 Lego set with the one with Bonsai and Kai. That was my first ever Lego set.
Oh yeah, that was one of my first. I think that was my second or third. That was cool.
Then I took a break during 2016. Sorry.
Don't make it bad. Take a sad song and make it better. Remember to let it into your heart. Then you can start to make it better. Sorry. I just had to do that.
So like I took a huge break during 2016 because I didn't have any money at the time and I had a very bad spending addiction. So like the FNAF stuff that I do show in my videos occasionally, that was built up during my Ninjago Dark Age.
Yeah, because you were also really big into FNAF for a little while on your channel. That was during the peak of FNAF, wasn't it? Because people were still doing those weird reaction and gameplay videos. See, whenever I think of FNAF on YouTube, I think of people using 420p potato cameras back in the year 2016. I don't know why, but that's what I think of. Okay, so that is why doesn't it any have green eyes?
And I got back into Ninjago back in 2020, when Prime Empire started, but technically it was 2019 when I got into it again. Because the Secrets of Forbidden Spinjitzu, I was really into those sets, but when I saw the show and all the filler, I kind of got out of it for a bit, and I went back into Prime Empire.
Yeah, so I can't. So someone's gonna have to explain to me what Prime Empire is, because I get confused with that with the Masters of Spinjitzu and the Masters of Air. And all of that stuff. I actually just honestly don't know what a Prime Empire is.
Oh, they got stuck in a video game. That's what it was.
So was that a video? So was that a video game exclusive thing or something?
Well, it's just in the show that's what happened. They got stuck in the game.
Oh, so was that one? Oh, yeah. So that was. So was that one of the seasons?
Yeah, it was one of the seasons.
Okay, so was that the season with probably the best Ninjago minifigure battle pack ever? The Gamers Market.
Yeah, the Gamers Market.
Yeah, because I still see people doing content about the Gamers Market because of how cool of a set that was.
Yeah, that was a good set. I think Ninjago at this point has kind of backed off doing smaller sets with a lot of figures, which is unfortunate because those were really good sellers. I think just generally, not even just in Ninjago.
And I think what made the Gamers Market more popular than what it should have been is because they included a whole bunch of pop culture references for some reason in that set outside of the Ninjago theme. Because if anyone remembers, they made a Kill Bill minifigure in there.
Yeah, it was Harumi. It was their avatar.
And they also made what was it? They also included one of the revamped, retrofitted classic space helmets. For some reason.
That was the blue space helmet, which I don't think has come anywhere else in the new mold.
Because I'm pretty sure that was Benny's without the crack.
Yeah, and I actually swapped that out on my Benny figure.
And I'm pretty sure that's still exclusive to that.
Yeah,
set.
I believe so as well. And Sidious, that I'm assuming this is the figure you're talking about, Scott. Scott was a guy he was the first person to get stuck in Prime Empire, and he'd been in there a long time by the time the Ninja got in there.
Yeah, with the Prime Empire sets, with the way you could assemble the sets to make a game, it reminded me of the Orient Expedition sub-theme of LEGO Adventurers that came out in 2003, 2004, where you'd have those gameplay card pieces.
Yeah.
But
well, I don't think the Prime Empire sets had a lot of transformable features with the swords and all that. But if you're talking about like the Path kind of game, that was Master of the Mountain, the wave after.
Hello, Altoy World. Yes, so
What's up, Richie?
Yeah, so I can't remember if I've seen some of you guys before. Like I'm sure because we've got Ninjago in the name, we'll probably attract a couple new people. Because Ninjago is cool and everything. And YouTube, for some reason, likes to unsubscribe people from channels if they haven't watched somebody's videos in a long time. So always double check to make sure that you're subscribed to channels that you want to be subscribed to. And for some reason, I cannot find Lloyd's head in here. Why can't I find Lloyd's head? This is really bad. Why can't I find Lloyd's head? For whatever reason, I just can't find Lloyd's head. Okay. That's just weird. Yeah, and something else that I always kind of have a laugh at is when Ninjago fans always get confused about why the movie was different from the TV show. Because I know the reasons why, but so many people don't. Because the Lego Ninjago movie probably had the best overall wave of sets that were ever made. The thing.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. A lot of big sets at good prices.
Because I bought, oh, and we've got Scott's blocks up in here. Hey Scott, well, you know what that means. Whenever I can find it.
PPP.
The weed.
Yeah, so I bought what did I buy? I bought the set from there that had the police tuk-tuk and that a market stall. I think that was the $20 set, but
Ninjago City Chase.
That.
And it had 5 figures.
Yeah, that came with 5. That came with 5 figures, and there was some, I believe, exclusive prints in there that had the Ninjago language in it. Oh, also, we should have played this for Dusty Bricks too.
Greetings, citizens of the world. This is Anonymous. We apologize for interrupting your normal stream. We must warn you, Dusty Bricks will be uploading content on his YouTube channel in the near future. Take this chance to prepare by stocking your house full of toilet roll. We repeat, Dusty Bricks' YouTube channel will be uploading content not suitable or interesting for most people. You have been warned. We are anonymous. We do not forgive. We do not forget. We are Legion.
Yeah, so I also wanted to pick up the bridge set that had that terrain, but I never ended up doing so.
Yeah, the Master Wu Falls.
Because I remember seeing people just gush over those sets.
Yeah. A lot of good stuff.
A lot of fun, and that I'm not sure if Ninjago City came out in that theme, or if it was, if it was separate in the same year.
It was part of the Ninjago movie theme.
Okay, yeah, so it was.
So was the docks.
Wait,
the Gardens is not. Gardens is just part of Ninjago.
Wait, because didn't the docks come out 1 year later in 2018?
Yeah, it was in a different way, but it was still under the Ninjago movie theme.
Yeah. I thought that the Ninjago City was somehow related to the movie, but I didn't actually know that the docks were.
Yeah. I mean, those, it was just a good way to push out big sets, I suppose. And then they worked part of the design of the Ninjago City into the Sons of Garmadon season. I think it was Dareth's apartment. So it had like that green, whatever that thing was at the top.
Yeah, well,
worked into a building.
Come back to 2017, because in my opinion, that was the best year for Lego Ninjago. And go on to something you just said, the Sons of Garmadon. I remember people reviewing the Sons of Garmadon sets, and from those reviews, I was like, this is a major step down from the
Yeah.
movie.
I mean, they weren't as good as the movie sets, but it's, difficult thing to top, and I think they were good for what they were. It was just, the only frustrating thing is that most of the ninja were exclusive to one set, which meant you had to buy them all to get the full set of ninja.
I forget, Bricks, do you own any of the Ninjago sets from the movie?
I own like 1 or 2, but they're destroyed at the moment. I gotta rebuild them or rebuy them.
Yeah, because I heard in your latest DBC update that you ended up pulling apart a lot of sets that you regret.
Yep. I mean, I lost a few pieces, but some are like 2 of the Ninjago sets. Luckily, for 2 of the cheapest ones and easier to get on the aftermarket, were kind of craggled. So I gotta rebuy them. I did that when I was really young, and then when I was still really interested in the craggle and stuff like that. It was a stupid decision of mine, honestly.
You used the craggle? Oh no.
Yeah, I'm replacing those parts or replacing the full set. I did it with the Throne Room Showdown, which it was just a few parts on that set. I did it for all of Ninjago City Chase, except for Tuk Tuk, and a few of the side builds. Just the main structure building that, I got craggled, unfortunately.
Oh, the dreaded craggle. Something I always found funny about the Lego movie is that they mentioned the craggle, and that in the build for the Lord Business's Lair, they came with the build for not only the craggle but also the 9-volt battery. I always thought that was funny. Yeah, so we also got Johnny G and Gladiator Bricks Creations, and we got a Beetlejuice as well.
So YOLO X was noting on the bikes that I have here. This is Lloyd's bike. This is from an official set, Overborg Attack, back in 2014. And then a few years ago, I decided to make recolors of them for the other ninja. So I have Kai, Jay, Cole, and Zane, each in their respective colors. And you might be wondering, where's Nia's at? I've started gathering parts for one. And the good thing is, most of the parts exist in Dark Azure.
That's awesome. I would love
eventually
to
that'll happen.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about that, honestly. As a host, you've got to balance a lot of stuff all at the same time. Yeah, and I know that as Stud Sidious has been serving all of his Kai figures.
Oh yeah. There's no shortage of them.
Yeah. Especially in the early years of the TV series, because once upon a time, Kai was the main character.
Yeah, Kai was the main character for the flagship ninja for a little bit, and then they pivoted to Lloyd.
Because I remember a lot of the earlier Ninjago marketing was nothing but red.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden Lloyd came along and they started being more experimental with their colors.
Yeah, but I think Kai and Lloyd to this day are still the most marketable ninja.
Yeah. Because I think they get the most amount of vehicles.
I think it's usually Kai, Lloyd, and then whatever ninja is the main ninja for that season.
Yeah, because I always found it weird how there are some seasons where you see where there's no appearances from one of the characters.
Yeah, like in Prime Empire, for example, there was no official Zane suit. There was a Digi suit on a card, but that was about it. Zane never actually went into the video game, so he never got a digital suit of his own. And it was a shame, because that suit looks cool.
Yeah, I remember people going crazy about those arcade things, and now we're 2 Ninjago seasons removed, and people are like, "Well, what am I going to do with these oversized pieces?"
Yeah. Those arcades were really cool, though. I love that they had 2 figures. I always loved it when the $10 sets have 2 figures.
But they are bigger than minifigure scale,
Yeah.
which I think a lot of people struggle to use. And we've had double-digit viewers right now, so thank you guys. We did hit a peak concurrent of 14 a little while ago. Yeah, and something that I always talk about on in the comments of Dead Bricks videos is I'm tired of seeing the same stuff over and over and over and over again. because I can count on more than 2 hands every time Dead Bricks has done a review of either a bike or a mech or something. It's like, are they running out of ideas? Much like the Star Wars theme and the Marvel theme, are they running out of ideas?
Sidious, I believe you're talking about the Monastery of Spinjitzu from 2019. I believe that's the set you're talking about. And yeah, Ninjago does repeat a lot of the same stuff. It's predictable year per year. You get a mech, you get a bike, you get a dragon, you get a car. But they switch it up for each ninja most of the time, which helps with some variability. And they also put in like random stuff as well, like the Hydro Bounty from 2021 and other random things. There's also a location every year as well. But yeah, the formula works, I guess.
Yeah. Wake, build, sleep, repeat. That's the formula. Oh, okay. I just found Lloyd's head. It rolled underneath one of the bags. That's annoying.
I wish we would get more villain vehicles or villain mechs
Yes.
or villain dragons.
Yes. We need a wave of like Villain's Legacy where it's just nothing but Villain Legacy builds.
Irregular. Yeah, that's one of the other big complaints is that they don't make enough stuff.
I would rather them do that than do core. I mean, core's all right, but Legacy would be better, and Villain Legacy would be fantastic.
Yeah, and the Dragonoid in the most recently crystallized compared to the show, and that's pathetic.
Yeah.
So I just didn't want people to hear me rattling those bags.
YOLO X, you probably won't have to wait that long for snakes. Snakes will come back again, I'm sure. Snakes always show up again.
Snakes? Why did it have to be snakes?
It's like a constant in Ninjago. We just get snakes all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, snakes were really bad when they appeared. They were directly after Seabound when he just got snakes.
Yeah. Back-to-back snakes aren't that great. Unless Legacy is one of those. But, snakes are okay. As long as they changed up the designs enough. But they like just reusing that core snake mold. So, designs never get changed up. I would like to see some red snakes. Maybe like some... That head mold, I would be okay if they did like a red and white dual mold for that, because I think that'd be a cool color scheme.
But are we talking about a buildable snakes or minifigure scale snakes that have a different
Minifigure snakes. But buildable snakes would be good too.
Because I didn't know that Ninjago had its own snake mold.
Oh yeah, Ninjago's had many snake molds. Most of the snake... Well, the snake head molds, yeah. And then they did have their minifigure can hold the snake mold. That was back in 2012. That was cool.
Okay, that must be why I never knew about them, is because they're older.
Yeah, they were from the early days, but they were lovely. They came in so many different colors too,
Because
partly because of the spinners.
Season 2 of the TV series was about snakes, and I remember Just Too Good making a video about Ninjago and him complaining. No, sorry. No, it was his top 10 controversial opinions, and he bashed on the season 2 episodes. So the season 2 episode sets, because I thought it was funny. He called it the year of bad oversized vehicles.
Yeah, I
There
love
were-
the snake vehicles. We never get enough villain vehicles anymore. It's a real shame.
And they were a good source of lime green pieces.
Yeah. No, the 2013 wave, that was the year of the bad wave, because the first half of the season that was based on didn't get any sets, although some of those had already showed up in previous waves. And the sets they did make for the second half of the season were not that great.
And I think because of the sets being not that great is why LEGO attempted to cancel
Yeah.
Ninjago and replace it with Achima, and we all know what happened with that.
Yeah.
Ninjago
No, but
got
I can't
vocal.
believe that LEGO was just gonna kind of let Ninjago just kind of trip and fall over with that last wave. They were just, it was such low, apart from I think the minifigs, I felt it was very low effort looking back. But it's a good thing people still wanted it anyway.
Well, I'm just glad that that it was the fans that were vocal, because
Yeah.
it was the fans that saved the theme.
Yeah. And then rebooted was kind of a lighter wave, probably because they had to design stuff on such short notice. But still a good wave, I'd say. And then they stepped it up in 2015 and been going hard at it ever since, I think.
And now it's been over. Well, and now with the Ninjago theme has been on shelves for over 10 years.
Yeah. This is year number 12.
And now it's an evergreen theme.
Yeah.
Who would have thought a dozen years ago that it would have become an evergreen theme, considering most in-house IP action themes don't last more than half a decade.
Yeah.
I think Ninjago exceeded a lot of people's expectations.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Especially when you can. Thank you for subscribing to the channel Our Toy World. That must mean we now only need 37 more subscribers to get to 550, and when we get to 550 subscribers, we will be building the Sanctum Sanctorum. Let me get this tire over. I think this is a fun play feature with these spin things, so
Yeah.
so that you can twist what is it, the tornado. It works better. Actually, hang on. Is this? No, so that's the wrong build. I put the tire on the wrong way. I did it the reverse direction. Let me correct this.
I think that it may take a little while. They may wait for a lot more Ninjago fans to get older, but I feel like we could see a UCS style Ninjago set eventually, like a Destiny's Bounty probably, or the Monastery. I think would be the two most likely candidates. But they have to wait for the Ninjago fans to grow up be in their dark ages, and then get back into it and hit the nostalgia.
Because they've got to wait for people who grew up 8 years ago to grow up a little bit more and get the money to buy a $500 set.
Yeah, pretty much.
Here it is. There's the tornado. And for those who don't already realize, I've got some of the minifigures from the Tournament of Elements in my city. There on the beach, there's a close-up of the tornado.
Yeah.
And I always found it weird that Lego, when they came out with the Ninjago theme, that they tried to go with the Beyblade approach with the spinners.
Yeah, the spinners were an interesting approach.
And
But
they
I
had all
love
of
them.
those cards with stats
Yeah.
related to the ninja.
Well, they had ninja character cards, and then they had action cards for each different element. And in year 2, there were action cards that required all 4 elements, and it was so much fun. I started collecting those early on in my Ninjago experience, just because they were inexpensive and easy for me to purchase at the time. And then over the years, I just worked on completing the collection. I completed it in 2017 with Lloyd ZX, which I felt was poetic. And then there was kind of like this hole. And it's like, what do I do now? Collected all the spinners. That was like my long-term goal for such a long time.
Yeah, and I don't know about anyone else, but I always remember people buying those spinners and buying the sets with the cords, which are really bad, in my opinion, on clearance, because they do not sell. They do not sell as much as Lego wants them to sell.
The Air Jitsu stuff, I would say was decent. It was a pretty cool thing, but then they like brought it back, the ripcord stuff, in 2018, and those weren't as interesting. But here's what Regular Harpy is talking about. This figure, Akita. This is an expensive figure. I didn't end up getting the set that she was in, so I had to buy her online. I think she set me back like $40.
Y'all are probably gonna believe this, but I got her on Bricks and Pieces when Lego had that short period of where Irving had the 2019 minifigures before they took them off.
Yeah.
And I bought the tape on Brick Link.
Yeah, that's how I got the Ice Emperor. I Bricks and Pieces him.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of us wish we'd have more expensive figures in our collection.
Yeah. No, I've got pretty much every important Ninjago fig out there, because they do like variations of the ninja where it's like this fig doesn't have this armor piece or has a different mask piece, and I don't really care about those variations. But I have most of the ninja suits. I think the only one I'm missing right now is Forbidden Spinjitzu Zane. And then I'm missing a few other like side character figures that came in a few of the sets. And a bunch of the civilians from the movie sets, but...
So if you don't collect those minifigures, would you describe them as a cash grab when they're put into sets?
I think it's kind of getting to that at this point, because especially with Crystallized, they made so many minifigs exclusive. I think you had to buy every set because every set had an exclusive fig. And I think it is a way to get people to buy the sets, but it also depends on the wave, like the core stuff. It's so easy to get those core suits now. They're in so many sets. But I don't think anyone really cares about those suits.
No, because people don't really care about those suits until they're gone.
Yeah.
as the sets are retired, and then people want what they can't have.
Well, they're gonna be at like the first legacy suits. There's just a lot of them out there. Core is gonna be the same way.
Yeah, particularly because it seems like for every season, the Lego Ninjago graphic designers makes like tweaks to the garbs to correspond it to that given season.
Yeah.
It pushes up the price and makes more variants.
Yeah. I like I like getting multiple suit variants sometimes, but sometimes it's just nice to have one suit variant, like with the hunted sets, for example. That was nice because like most of the suits were in multiple sets. And YOLO X, do we have Ninjago Ninja in all the main Lego colors, or are we missing some? We don't have a yellow Ninja. Jay occasionally has some yellow worked into him, but it's more of a side color, and I don't think it's yellow. I think it's like some of the other.
It's a
different
light yellow.
Yeah, like with the core sets, that had a different kind of yellow. But other than that, you know, blue, red, white, black, green, if you want to count that.
And sometimes Cole has some orange thrown in there.
Yeah. Cole's got some orange. Zane has some lighter blue. Nia is gray, which I guess you could count as a Lego color. She's like pearl dark gray / dark azure. Her colors varied a lot. She was red and black mainly with Samurai X. Then she switched to being a ninja and she got a dark red. And then she switched again with the movie and got that pearl dark gray.
Yeah, always.
We do have a purple ninja. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me find.
I never liked it when they changed the color of Nia's stuff, because we already have so much red stuff in Ninjago. Can't we just keep it gray?
Here is said purple ninja. This is Nelson. First met him in season 6. The ninja was signing his casts, and he's kind of a side character nowadays. He's part of the paper boys in the show. Helps deliver the newspapers, even during the ensuing chaos of an attack on the city.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Where's the paper boy, that fat son's a bitch?
Well, Skylar was like, she wasn't like yellow. She was like the yellowish orange or something like that. It wasn't like the standard yellow. I don't think they could actually do a standard yellow ninja because all the heads are yellow. So I don't think they ever will.
It's kind of like in the SpongeBob sets from 2006 to 2012. How on the underside of SpongeBob they included a plain yellow torso. And I always found it weird that some of the Pirates sets, since their prints were printed on a yellow torso, it was like I'm talking about the pirate henchmen, that they just had stripes painted on their chest because there was no back printing back in fucking 1989. So it just looked like they just painted stripes on their chest skin, and they were like, well, we're poor, so there are clothes.
Yeah, they're pirates. They don't have a lot of money.
While they were going around hunting for the gold, jewels, and tropical fruits and coffee beans of the Caribbean.
Yeah, and I believe Sidious, I want to say you're talking about, was that Mars mission? I think it is, with the transparent green aliens. Yes,
I grew up with the Mars.
Yeah,
with the Mars.
that was That was just barely before my time.
You know, since no, I didn't know if you'd want to or not. But Stud Sidious, if you wanna come on and talk about Ninjago with us, just say so in the comments, and I'll pick you up. Yes, because like I remember when people were doing reviews of the Mars mission sets.
Yeah, it was that it was 7690, the MB-01 Eagle command base. That's what had that big air pump and all that, and different tubes that could go off to different places.
Yeah, because
which is really cool.
Yeah, because it had three different holes you could come out of, and there was a sliding mechanism to change up where the holes, where the tube landed to, and you had to press it. You had to press the pump multiple times so that it looked like there was an airflow. But what I always found disappointing with that tube or with their air pump system is that you couldn't get the little thing that held the aliens to go all through the pipe in one pump. That was always disappointing.
Yeah. I just looked. That set was out in 2007. At that point, I only had 2 Lego sets at the time, and I was still heavily into wooden trains. So,
wooden train.
Yeah, good old wooden train days.
Yeah, because I, for the longest of time, I would only watch Thomas Wooden Railway videos on YouTube. Now I watch both. Yeah, because for those who don't know, I've got a train channel called mayohosko's TWR and TTTE, and that's where I post all of my Thomas Wooden Railway layout videos over there now. Yeah, so, and for those who don't know, that air pump Mars mission set was based upon a set of a similar concept, almost identical build in the Life on Mars sets, which I'm just going to say, I think the Life on Mars are way inferior to the Mars mission sets. And although I have nostalgia for the Mars mission, if you actually go back and look at the Mars mission sets, a lot of them look the same.
Yeah.
And they do look kind of clunky. And I always found it funny when people would review some of the bigger sets. And in there was science lab areas. And what they were doing is, remember how they had that small, soft plastic inserted that was glow in the dark? Well, what they were doing is the aliens had a hole in the back. And they had a bar-sized hole in the back. And in some of the sets, they were actually draining the life force of the aliens to power their ships. I mean, what?
Yeah.
That was really crazy. They were using the aliens as a source of fuel. How creepy is that?
Yeah.
But like, they've done a lot of creepy stuff in their past.
What's even creepier is that, it's not completely unrealistic either.
No.
It would happen. But no, my first Lego theme was a space theme. It was Space Police 3.
Ah, yes. I remember
that
in
was
the catalogs and
good old days.
Being amazed, like, whoa, these sets are awesome. But unfortunately, I never got any of them.
Yeah.
I know that Makro Bricks really likes the Bowick Daddy.
I sold him a couple of Space Police figs that I had extras of, because I don't care about keeping those sets 100% complete, like with the minifigs. I just want to have one copy of each fig. So I had a few extras that I sold to Makro at the last Brick World Chicago.
When you said that you had a couple of something, I almost thought you were going to say a couple of bullet heads for obvious reasons. Yeah, dude. Back in the Mars mission sets, they were capturing the aliens to use as a source of fuel. They were draining their life force and converting it into energy. Isn't that horror movie material? If you've ever seen something out of a Lego thing,
Yeah.
but that was all before Ninjago.
Yeah, this was pre-Ninjago.
That's pretty
It was
dark.
slightly before.
Because just for context, that was all during the late 2000s global financial crisis.
Ah. Yeah, I just looked it up and I'm reading into the lore about Mars mission. Yeah, both the astronauts and the aliens were seeking these energy crystals because Earth is experiencing an energy crisis.
Do you have any of the Mars mission sets? Deadwoods?
I do not.
I don't. I have Space Police 3, but I gotta get buy some parts for them because I'm missing a lot of parts because I gave a lot of my Lego parts to a friend and that friend ended up tossing them out instead of giving them back. I'm not joking. I'm being serious.
Yeah, so also, well, since you are Deadwig's collection on YouTube, are you in a position to show some of your collection right now?
Mostly. I got some of it organized. There's just some weird stuff here and there, and a set I'm fixing it too. But yeah, I'm okay with showing it.
Yeah, because I know that some people probably haven't seen your channel before, and I always like to shout out channels who I know that a lot of people aren't subscribed to.
This is a work in progress. I got this from Mercari.
Oh, nice.
A lot. But I have I'm not gonna say how many I have because it's a lot. But I have a decent amount of those. I got a few Golden Dragons, Legacy and Original. I'm not gonna say how much either because I got those in lots. Then I have these over here, rebooted mainly. And Final Battle. Then we have Tournament of Elements and Starting Possession. Then we have Pilots and War Season 1. Then we have the island over here. I'll be right up. Sorry. I have to go on the other side of my room to show you guys the other stuff.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm back. This is my core shelf. I took the Hands of Time off there for now. I'm going to have the core sets from Wave 1 and 1.5. Then some more core and Seabound. Then we have some miscellaneous. Hunted Season 8, the movie a little bit, and the Legacy Ultra Dragon. Not Ultra, oh my gosh, Overlord, sorry. Then I have some sets over here. Here. I love this bounty display I made. It looks really good. Same with this shelf right here. It looks really good too.
Yeah, but I think most people will say that the Lego Ninjago movie, The Destiny Bounty, is the best one.
Yeah. I agree with that, but I think that Legacy Bounty was a good close second. For what it was, they did a pretty good job.
Unfortunately, the original Destiny's Bounty just doesn't cut it anymore.
Yeah, no. That was an interesting look.
I have one more shelf. Sorry, my room's a mess.
Tell me about it.
Okay, so we have some crystallized and some 4+. just crystallized. I haven't shown this yet. This was supposed to be like for an Instagram post, but like I forgot to do it, or I slept too much, and I procrastinated way too much on this. I added Zane's jet and added some more, like, sorry for saying so much, but more dynamic poses, I guess. Here's Shintaro, Season 13, Master of the Mountain, Prime Empire, which has this has stayed mostly the same for like ever since I got it, except I did take them out once just to put them in storage bins or storage plastic boxes, because like I can't make up my mind with my collection sometimes. It's either FNAF or Lego, and just like not too long ago I was like, I'm done with taking these on and off, and I was like, I'm just gonna keep Lego on display at this point. Honestly, I don't want to risk losing anything. Here's some Legacy. Then Seabound. Oh, that's too dark. I'll probably make a DVC update with what I'm showing here eventually. Just I don't know when because I'm building the gardens.
Oh, nice! You're building the garden.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, and aren't you also? Oh no, sorry. Because I know that Titanium J has been on Wick Smith's live streams lately, and they're building the gardens, aren't they?
Yeah, we've been building, or in some cases, well, me and Tim, we've been rebuilding, and yeah, it's been fun. I wasn't able to build with them for like the first 2 months just because I was still at school, but once I got home, I disassembled the whole thing. And then I've been playing catch up ever since.
Yeah, I feel like I'm playing catch up every day.
It's just trying to get through everything. I completed the museum level during the last stream, which was last week. We didn't have one this week. But yeah, that's been fun. And with the rumor of the next Ninjago modular, Ninjago City markets, I'm excited.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if we have classified images of that set yet or not.
We do not. It's just a rumor. There was a rumor of the set name, the piece count, which was I think like 6,100 pieces, and then a rumor price of $370 USD,
which I think is a $20 increase from
yeah.
I think it's
because
from the others.
The gardens was originally 300, but they upped it to 350 with the price increase. So 370 for I think about like 500 or 600 more pieces is that's reasonable. I mean, those are already good deals anyway. So yeah. I unfortunately do not own the first two, but I don't think I'm gonna go back and try and get them at this point because they're just ridiculously expensive. Yeah. And I'm also worried about the brown.
Well, I see a lot of people I know are worried about the brown, but I thoroughly believe that Lego dramatically increased the quality of their reddish brown pieces after the Lego movie.
See, you say that, but I was trying to take apart a set from 2017 earlier. It was the Dragon Forge. I was starting to take apart on the temple, and I got about 20 pieces in, and one of the clips broke. One of the brown clips. And Ninjago City is from that same year, so I'm not going to take my chances. It's also just, it's not something I need to do. Buy those first two. I didn't like those first two, to be honest. Ninjago City didn't have enough detail on the upper levels on the back. Is very plain, and then the docks was just, I thought that was cooler. If I had to pick one out of the two to get, I'd pick the docks.
Is it because it had details on both sides? Because
it just looks so impressive.
The Ninjago City was just blank walls and that weird elevator.
Yeah. Once you got above the old city, it was just blank, apart from like a few little things. But the docks had so much detail on both sides, and I loved that. But that one had such a short production run, and I think not a lot of people got it when it was first out, so it was pretty cheap until the gardens showed up, and then it shot up in price. Ninjago City also shot up in price, but I think the docks more so because no one got it the first time around.
No, because I remember people saying, "Oh, this is such a downgrade from the Ninjago City."
Yeah, but it was $70 cheaper, and it fit in all right. I mean, people just complained. Yeah, I could get the bootleg ones too, Jude.
Yeah,
I've thought about it.
bootlegs. Yeah, because I always see people on eBay selling bootleg Ninjago minifigures. And I know that people are buying them because eBay pushes them to the top of the page.
Yeah. Shortly before the gardens got released or revealed or whatever, I was contemplating buying the sticker sheets for Ninjago City and Ninjago City Docks, and now I really wish I had, because they're really expensive now. It'd probably be like over $100 to buy all the sticker sheets from those first two sets, and I might do that just to get because if I want to make Ninjago mocks in that modular style, so it'd just be easy to pull the stickers from those sets and use them.
Have they made a custom sticker sheet of it yet?
No, I don't think so.
Dang. I'm gonna have to part that one out, honestly.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
Let's get the hashtag boot ninja trending on Instagram and Twitter.
Yeah. That's the great thing about bootlegs, Jude. The parts don't break. That was a question I asked the other week. I forget where. It was on some stream, but it's like, does Lepin's reddish brown and dark red hold up better than Legos? That was a genuine question that I had, and I still wonder. But
they had terrible issues with that.
Yeah, I am glad I did buy a few figures from the city and the docks. It was just like a few of them. I think it was completing the casual ninja. Like I got Kai in the casual suit, and I think that's going up in price now.
Yeah, I got him recently too. Sorry. I got Kai recently. Sorry.
Yeah. I definitely.
Oh yeah.
Way to talk.
My goodness.
Sorry,
I think I picked him up for about like $8. Or maybe $10 or something. Cheapest anywhere now this is in South Africa is $40. The cheapest in the US is $60, but it's from a store that says we do not ship. You must be in Tennessee. So the actual cheapest in the US is $70.
Holy
Really? It's one of those people.
I can't believe that. That's so expensive.
He's not like Energy J or anything like that. He was released for a full year or something like that.
Yeah, it was just the casual Kai. That's ridiculous. Are all the figures like okay? Thank goodness. Because
Is that from the docks?
No, that's from the city.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, I've been thinking about getting I think Mother Doomsday, the comic book shop owner. He's, I think, the only fig from the modulars that's on my wanted list, and he's still pretty cheap. Probably because most people don't know who he is.
I don't know why I haven't seen more people do so, but for people that own the Ninjago City and the Simpsons collectible minifigures have a comic book guy running that comic book store. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's the only comic book store we've ever gotten in a Lego set.
I think so. It's possible there might be another one. Let me look.
Because comic book stores just aren't as popular as they used to be.
Let's see if there's a tag for comic books.
On brick sets.
Comic. Well, comic is close enough.
You
And
might
all
think
of
a lot
the
for DC.
yeah, all of the other ones. Well, there's 3 minifigures that are all CMFs. 2 of them are Simpsons, and the other's DC. And it's like a comic book printed tile. And then the other is Ninjago character encyclopedia with Stone Armor J and the Starfarer comic.
Well, that's changed significantly because when Lego sued Lepin and closed down their factories, see a lot of people into custom minifigures are unaware that Lego actually sued Lepin, and Lepin can no longer manufacture sets legally. And I believe Lego built another factory in China to make their chances of winning that court case higher, and so they won their court case, and now there are, I believe, over 1,000 Lego stores in China.
Yeah, I think that's part of why they've been pushing Monkey Kid is to market to that audience. That way they stop buying the other brands.
I don't know why,
Fake
but
brands.
Monkey Kid, their sales have really struggled outside of China.
Yeah, I wish they'd still sell them in stores in the US, because that's not having them in stores is not going to help their sales.
No.
I don't think. But
Well, I always
I'm
found it a strange decision that they had. Well, see, in Australian department stores, they didn't even get them from the start.
mm,
But you see Ninjago everywhere. Why can't we see Monkey Kid everywhere?
yeah.
I guess not.
Speaking of which, for those who are interested, you may have heard that there was a Garmadon comic last year. The first volume, which is all 5 issues of the comic, is available on Lego.com.
Really?
And they've got it tagged as limited edition.
Yeah, speaking of being the Mold King, what I always find funny is that the bootleg versions of the Thanos Big are actually better than the official Lego version because they've got more metallic gold in them.
Yeah.
And I don't get why people say that Lepin is so much cheaper than Lego when they fail to realize that's because the quality of Lepin is significantly worse. So many people fail to realize that. And also the minifigures arms don't come attached to the torsos, and we have Contra. Hey Contra.
Dude Jude, it's Lebanon, Tennessee. Music City Bricks is the store, and that's $60.
Let's get this up for Shane.
Yeah, talking about the Ned Cully thing, very popular character. I've never seen anyone try and build a Ned Cully out of Lego, though.
Yeah, so I just wanted to pivot back to when we were talking about the Ripcord and the Sons of Agarmadon. I always found that arena set just really bad.
Yeah,
One,
I agree.
it was overpriced. 2, it was very bare, and 3, the Ripcord system just doesn't work right.
Yeah, that
felt
set
like
wasn't
it
all
was
that great. When I bought it, I was still in the mindset of like completing the collection, owning every set and every figure, and that set did have Ultraviolet and Snake Jaguar, and that Lloyd Spinner variant was exclusive as well. But I was just getting it to get it, and it was okay, but I was past the point of like playing with it in that way. and eventually I'm gonna
Yeah,
part it.
Um,
Oh, dude, I don't need that figure. I already have that figure.
people
I'm
say
just saying
that
that it's
Leppen-
there.
There are a lot of people out there who say Leppen isn't that bad. Well, you know what? Well, you know what's better than isn't that bad? Lego. And if you physically compare a Leppen 2x4 to a Lego 2x4, there was a significant difference. And I'm not saying the pieces are going to break on you. It's just going to be more glossier, and the edges are going to be slightly more sharper.
Yeah. I think the bigger issue with Leppen is that it ripped off other people's designs, including Legos.
Yeah, because I don't have a problem with Leppen wanting to compete
Yeah.
in the
If
market.
Leppen did their own stuff, it wouldn't be an issue, but they
Yeah,
don't.
because I never hear people complaining about Leppen's own things. What I hear
Yeah.
people complaining about is how they ripped off a lot of people, not only just licensed properties, but also a lot of people remember when there was for a while Leppen would go trolling onto the Lego Ideas website, and they would pick apart Ideas projects that got 10,000 votes, and they would make them into sets. And people got really angry about that. And then there was a call to boycott the Ideas program because Leppen was doing all of that stuff. And now they don't do that anymore. Yeah. So So I've just always found that whipcord system just weird, and I know that Lego was trying to be like a Beyblade, but no one's ever gonna be like Beyblade. At least no one's gonna capture the greatness of a Beyblade. Lego tried to, but they made an inferior product. Because whenever you find those sets in bulk on eBay, you know that they're not going to have as much value as other bulk lots that you'll find on eBay, because those whipcord systems weigh a lot and they contribute to the price per pound significantly. And we have Stardust up in the house. Hey, Stardust. So, is there anything that you wanted to talk about again, Bricks?
Not really. I've been thinking about like what to do to display my Lego minifigures, because I want to display all of them, or at least the non-duplicate ones.
Yeah, because I know that you're big into displaying your minifigs, and I've always thought, why don't you do you have any of those? Do you have any of those minifigure display cases that had the 1x4 studs on top that you could stack on top of each other? Did you ever get any of those?
I think I have those. Is it the like? Oh, I see what you mean now. The Lego ones.
Yeah,
I think you mean these over here.
Yeah, those ones.
Yeah, I have one for the Shark Army, and these are work in progresses for the most part. I kept one for the DC CMS and one for the Marvel's. Not Marvel. This is the Batman movie CMS.
Yeah,
I'm debating if I should keep using those.
Yeah, we're still here, Scott.
PPP.
The
And Stardust wants some of those wings. Where'd your wings and fly? You know, Contra, since you've got a lot of Ninjago stuff in your city, just let me know if you'd like to come on and talk about that and Ninjago stuff if you're not doing anything else right now.
I mean, the hardest thing with Lego minifigures is displaying their minifig. If they have large accessories, it's hard to fit them in their nose.
Yeah, and sometimes you have to, especially with the CMFs, sometimes you have to take them off their display stand. And you have to put them either move them forward or back one side just to get their accessory to fit in there.
Yeah.
I've also seen people building their own display stands out of cheap Lego bricks. I know a lot of people use lime green because that's a really cheap color, or people use orange because it's a really cheap color to buy in quantity, and they've made staircase type things to display their minifigs. I could imagine you doing something like that because you've got so many. Well, in fact, both of you guys have so many Ninjago figures.
Oh yeah, I got 2 drawers full.
So you store them in drawers.
Yeah, I don't have the space, unfortunately, or the parts or anything to display my minifigs out and about. Although I did get some minifig cases, like the official Lego ones. I have 4 of those that are sitting empty, and I'm sure some Ninjago figs will go in there eventually. But there's only a few that have kind of remained out, like the golden figs, just because those had display stands, and the dragon ninja that came in the like those, and the dragon ninja. Let me show them.
Yeah, when I was building
these guys, just because they're difficult to store away anywhere else, and they're cool.
So actually, I haven't showed off the minifigures yet, but that's the 10-year anniversary golden tie. No, sorry, Lloyd, because this is Kai.
Yep.
And this is one of the sons of the sons of Garmadon.
No, that is Izor. He's an Anachondri cultist.
Yeah.
Part of Chen's faction.
With the bone axe, and then this minifigure always makes me think of who is it? It's one of the Brixie's moderators. I forget it. He uses the caveman minifigure as his sig fig. What's his name? I can't remember his name. And then the dude with the afro and the acoustic guitar.
Yeah, that's Jacob. The other one is
Tanjam. Yeah, Tanjam. That's who I was thinking of.
Yeah, when I eventually had all of the minifigs, I made like this little stand that they just plug all into so that they can all just be displayed together.
Yeah, that's something I could imagine a Dead Bricks also attempting.
Yeah,
that was really good. I might take inspiration from that, but I got about.
Oh yeah, feel free. Yeah, I just I did some. Here's kind of the workings on the bottom. It just kind of slopes inward to go from 4 to 3, and then it's 2 bricks high so that the heads stick over enough. And yeah, and there's some slopes in there as well to just kind of have the nice transition. But yeah, it was nothing too complicated. Just a nice little thing I put together to keep them all in one place.
Yeah, because if anyone wants to do something similar, I'd recommend going back and watching one of Architect's old videos where he made a custom minifigure display stand for actually some of his CMFs, and he specifically used lime green and orange because they were cheap colors. I'm sure if you Google Architect minifigure display stand, it should come up as one of the search results. But but I've also contemplated doing similar things in the past, because eventually I do want to display some of my collectible minifigures together because I feel they're special. But because there are some where I'm like, you know what, it's just such a waste to keep some of these just together with the others. And since I haven't really done anything with a lot of my collectible minifigures other than having them just stick around in a drawer, I'm like, you know what, they're kind of forgettable ones. Why don't I just put all of the forgettable ones into Mayo City? And so eventually that's what I'm going to try and do. And at the end of Ninjago Month, I'm actually going to be putting a lot of these figures into my city, because I either don't have them yet in my city, or because I want to create some scenes out of that.
Yeah. So interesting thing about the Garmadon comic, you can only order one.
Really?
After that, it's limit exceeded is what it'll say. They don't let you add multiple.
So I guess they want as many people to get a chance to get that comic.
No, but I was looking. I was gonna order a couple Monkey Kid sets, but they're on back order. So I'm just gonna. I need water tiles for my Temple of Fortitude mock for Brickworld Chicago that hopefully I'll have done eventually. And so I just looked and I'm gonna order some of those, but they're coming from Denmark, so it's 28 business days for shipping. So I better order them now. And Zizou, these aren't technically mine. This is the official Lego model, and the others are recolors of it. Yeah, it's nice. Have them for most of the Ninja. I still need to make one for Nia, but I have plans to do that.
Yeah, no, correct me if I'm wrong, Dead Bricks, but I believe you reviewed that set sometime last year.
I reviewed the Tournament of Elements, but I'm going to redo that. But I don't think I reviewed the Overwork Attack. I remember reviewing Lloyd's Jungle Chopper Bike because it was an interesting set. I want to review all the island sets and all my Ninjago sets, but I got Hunter accessories.
This is back in the day when Ninjago did make some smaller bikes. Nowadays, they got to be a $20 set to fit that.
Yeah, they focus on the oversized scale, which drives everyone crazy.
Yeah, I love this scale of bike, which is why I built multiple. That, and it's really easy to do so because it doesn't require an absurd amount of parts. And getting the stickers on them all as well. Looks so good.
So I have to iron these so that I can stick some railings on them.
The only limitation is part colors. So let me pull this apart so I can show this piece in particular can be a bit problematic. So you can really only build bikes that have this part in this color. And even then, some of the other parts, like the jumpers, don't come in the colors that are required. So I'm just glad I could do it for the 4 original Ninja, and then discovering that I can do it for Nia mostly. The only thing I couldn't find was the clip piece in there that holds the blade to the side, but I'm just going to do that in gray. And since Nia's other color is gray, It's not a big deal to me.
Yeah, since I'm a Lego collector from the 2000s, I always remember seeing those pieces in places. Tiny Turbo sets. Unfortunately, Tiny Turbos has almost been a forgotten part of Lego's history. Don't hear as many people talking about the races theme as a whole in general anymore. And speaking of trying to convert people to Lego Ninjago, there's a couple of brickheads. Hey, Sean.
What's up, Sean?
You know, if you're not doing anything with the kids right now, hashtag none for the kids, and you want to let all of us convince you to buy Ninjago. You know, all you have to do is shout out, hit me up, and then I'll hit you up. Get up the rooftop! And that looks like the end of the Tournament of Elements. What was the rough time? I'm trying to, you know, I've got to get out it looks like TJ did sell Sean.
Yeah. Yeah,
Wow.
We talked about a few like that Zane's Titan mech. The legacy one from 2021, that's a good one. That's one of the ones that I pushed, but it's worth it, I'd say. Even with the price increase up to 65. Still a very good deal. Oh,
Yeah.
nice. Nice, Sean.
Zane in the mail.
Yeah. It was Zane stuff. We talked a lot of Zane stuff. But the Zane stuff is always great looking. Can't go wrong with the Zane vehicle.
Yeah, because whenever
Sorry.
No, Charlie, you go. I was just going to say something.
Sorry. I was just saying, most of Zane's helicopters and all that stuff is really interesting. Like Zane's Ninja Copter, for example, from season 3. That one was
Yeah.
really cool.
That's one of those sets that I can just never bring myself to take apart. It's brilliant.
So now we're going to
I might
start
mod
building
it
the
eventually.
set I really wanted to build. The Keeper's Village, because this is a Ninjago set I actually bought with my this is a set that I actually wanted to buy. Because if anyone remembers that promo a while back, about 3 months ago, they did the deal with if you spent 100 Australian dollars, I think it was $80 US or something, or it might have been 75. You would get a re-released old poly bag that they brought back as a GWP. I was talking about it on my Instagram live stream last night. And so this was one of the sets I bought to get that. And also that was when they had the Blaze Castaway gift with purchase available. And so
Yeah.
I double stacked gift with purchases to get that stuff.
Yeah, Lego doesn't want you doing that anymore.
Or they
Gotta-
try to avoid.
Yeah.
They try to avoid having GWPs crossing over.
Well, they put some of that they put some of those stuff on the VIP rewards. So like that, I think it was Wonders of the World. That's not a GWP, that's a go onto the VIP website and get it. Redeem it with your points.
Because honestly, I don't like that. I don't
Yeah.
like how Lego has made some of those sets be VIP point redemption. I'd rather them be gift with purchases.
I agree. But at the same time, there's just so many gift with purchases as well.
Because I remember they did one around the Black Friday period, and people and people were going crazy with those things. Okay, I just got a message from someone. Let's see who that was. Yeah, I can send you an invite if you want to come on and talk about Ninjago. Yes, let me get the link. Let me go to Instagram. Because for those who aren't subscribed to Country Bricks Build Craze on YouTube, he's got a lot of Ninjago stuff in his city. There we go. Let's get that out of there. So are those custom recolored bikes? Right? Let me put that on the big screen.
These bikes?
Yeah, to the left side there.
They're pretty cool bikes. I enjoy them. Yeah, I think actually these guys were one of my first Instagram posts. Was assembling these bikes. I don't think I had all the parts at the time. I think I had put like they were partly assembled, and then I forgot to do a post about them, and then I eventually did post about them.
Yeah, because I was just looking at those bikes on your camera, and I was like, you could almost attempt to build a motorbike dealership with those things.
Yeah, you could. If I build them in more colors, I might.
That just gave me a really funny idea. Ninjago has made so many bikes and mechs. You could make a dealership of
Ninjago, the Ninjago vehicle dealership. Ninjago.
Yeah.
Hold on, I need to write this down. Ninjago vehicle dealership modular.
Yeah.
This is.
Write that
I'm
down.
going to do this.
Yeah, because I only.
It may not be anytime soon, but I am going to do this.
Yeah, I only just thought about that, seeing those recolored mocks just lined up all in a row like that. I don't know why my mind went there. Maybe it's because I'm super critical that they keep making the same bullshit over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean they do, but
yes, the
it
used
sells.
car dealership of Spinjitzu.
New and used ninja vehicles. But instead of miles, it's a number of battles that it's been in.
Yeah. Because the more battles it's been in, the more devalued it becomes. Because I'm pretty sure there are stickers out there that have a battle damage on them.
Yeah. But I got these are just the stickers from the original set, and this is obviously the original. But I got I just bought more sticker sheets so I could do it for the rest of them.
Nice.
And I have a bunch of Overboard Attack sticker sheets with 2 stickers missing.
Do you have any Ninjago mocks and dead weeks?
No, unfortunately, I did not. I dismantled most of them because they were parts of my set. So I'm gonna rebuild those sets, and I'm gonna try to make some I'm not sure if I will make mocks or not, but I want to. Like, but I want to make it like an updated version of the original set. Just not like too over the top. Like not UCS style. Just like probably $100 style.
Yeah, there's a reason why I have the music in the background. It's to fill in the dead space, particularly when there's not a full panel of people. Unfortunately, there is a lot of dead space.
I have this Ninjago mock. It is kind of Star Warsy, but it's technically been Ninjagoified. It's a snake vulture droid.
Yeah, because the shaping does remind me of one of those.
It's because in the show in the early seasons there was the snakes. They're called the Fangpires, and when they bite things, those things turn into snakes, and that's where all those snake vehicles came from in 2012. And so
Dead Bricks just dropped out.
And so I thought, why not do a little crossover? I think it was for a mock contest on Scott's Toys. Yeah. There's a mock contest on Scott's Toys. And I built this. And me and one other person ended up winning. And it was really cool. And I've had this mock up for a few years, and I'm going to keep it up. And actually, recently, this is a Star Wars thing. This is a Droideka. This is a Grinding Bricks Droideka model. And what I attempted recently, with limited success, is a snake version of it.
I'm guessing you accidentally pressed a button.
Yeah, it's even better on my phone overheated. One of those two.
Yeah, because if I had a nickel every time that happened on one of my live streams, I'd almost have $6.
So, Snake Droideka. I don't have a lot of colors in lime, and this is how I found that out. But beyond that, I think it turned out decent. There's some of those molded snakes we were talking about earlier.
Oh, those things.
Yeah, so Star Wars versus Ninjago.
Yeah, they're like the Girth Gang versions of a snake, and you have to be subscribed to a couple of brickheads to know what the Girth Gang is.
But the Droideka is just a work in progress right now. The Snake Droideka. But the Vulture Droid's been around for a while. It's even got a place to see the minifigure.
That's super cool.
It's got a little cockpit up there.
Yeah, technically Vulture Droids didn't have pilots, but I based this off the 2014 Lego Vulture Droid, which did have space for a pilot. And I felt it was appropriate to include it in this. And then it's got a tongue as well. And of course the wings move so it can sit like this. And I even worked some stud shooters into it.
Yeah, so it can be parked in a docking
and a
bale.
tail. And a tail. Yeah.
Because
That's super cool.
I didn't know about those snakes because I always saw them in the past and thought they were a couple of pieces connected. So I didn't know they were all one piece, and it's neat that they are about 3 times the thickness of a regular snake.
Yeah. I appreciate that, YOLO X. Thank you.
Yeah, because for those who don't know, YOLO X lives in Hawaii, and he makes a lot of military mocks on his channel.
Yeah. I do not have any other Ninjago mocks up apart from the work in progress Temple of Fortitude that's happening, but that's mostly just a path. That needs
Yeah, there
to
was
be
something. There was something that Robin Hood Bricks did relating to Ninjago. I think he made a.
He didn't he turn the bounty into like a restaurant?
Yes, he turned the Ninjago movie Destiny's Bounty into a Chinese restaurant.
Yeah, I remember that.
I thought was cool because he's got that docked in the quayside of his city. And I think he also made a Ninjago skyscraper of some kind. I just can't remember because it was that long ago. Because he talks about it from time to time, but I've actually forgotten what it looks like. But I know
he did
Ninjago
he did the motorized the Ninjago ride. That's pretty cool. Yeah.
I might be getting it confused with something else, but I definitely know there's something Ninjago related that's not the Destiny's Bounty is. Apologize if you can hear that hairdryer in the background. Yeah, so right now I'm building the Keeper's Village, and I don't know why, but when I first saw people reviewing the Keeper's Village, I got attracted to the terrain in that set.
Yeah, terrain's really good. I ended up disassembling that set for parts, just because the parts were really good in it.
Yeah, it's got a lot of good parts in it. Shane's camera isn't connected, so we'll let him figure that out. Because Shane's got a lot of Ninjago stuff in his city. I believe he's also big into the minifigures. Let's be honest, a lot of people only buy the Ninjago sets because of the minifigures.
The minifigures are good, and unlike Star Wars ones, they're pretty accurate because they're, it's Lego's own thing.
Yeah, and they have a bigger budget and more creative control.
Yeah, really the only issue is that they sometimes don't make certain characters.
And I remember for years, Ninjago was one of the more affordable. Years I remember that Ninjago was one of the more affordable things. Lego felt like they had to price it lower than some of their other things. But I think Lego realized that, hang on, Ninjago is a popular thing, and so unfortunately I have seen the value of the sets go down. And by value, I mean getting your money's worth whenever you buy the sets. Because I've heard more and more people complaining about specifically the vehicles aren't as good of a value for money as they used to be, which is unfortunate.
I think that was a particular issue in the crystallized wave. And I think that's, there were so many new minifigs in it. Had the Dragon Ninja minifigs, a lot of gold as well, though I don't know if that should really affect prices, but for whatever reason, they just weren't as good of a value.
Yeah, it probably was due to all of the new molds that they made.
A lot of big molded pieces as well, like big molded blades and stuff.
Why don't you try see if you can get a computer going? You might have better luck on a computer. Because I know a lot of people who have problems with their phones, and sometimes it's just better to go on a computer instead.
Yeah, I always do computer.
Yeah, you might have a better luck with a computer. So I'm putting a lot of grey pieces on right now. And I don't know what this build is here, but I think this is some kind of rock formation. Because let me reposition the box to be actually above this other box. Let me fold these flaps in so I can position this box behind me. Yes, I think this might be where the stairs are gonna go. Because I gotta move this so that the build becomes a little bit more visible on camera. Because we're almost halfway done with the stream. I like to keep these streams to about 4 hours because that means they end just after midnight for majority of my viewers, and majority of my viewers are in the Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, that's that's if they're 4 hours, then it's 1 a.m. Eastern. But if it's under 4 hours, then yeah.
Yeah, because so many people always confuse me for being either American or British. Some people think I'm British because South Australians have a British Australian accent, and some people think I'm American because I upload at times convenient for an American audience.
Yeah.
Of course, Jay wouldn't know as much about that because he always says he's going to upload a video and then
No, I have been meaning to. I've been busy going through the garage, honestly.
Yeah.
But I have a few things planned. I want to do I filmed a Ninjago storage update video for storage of minifigs and weapons, but I don't think I'm quite happy with the footage, so I may have to refilm it. Plus, it was like a 20-minute video, and that was another problem.
Yeah, see, YOLO thought I was British, probably because of my accent.
It's 4 a.m. over there. That's not saying you can't be awake at 4 a.m. awake in the stream, but it's unlikely.
Yeah, because I really don't get a British audience unless I go live for 8 hours. Because I go live at 2 a.m. over there. So I'm looking for a skull head. Yeah, there's the skull head. I thought there was supposed to be. That's weird that there's no piece in between there. And Jude's gonna hang up with the boots. Thank you for watching. Look forward to seeing you next time. Have a good night's sleep.
See you, Jude.
So where is this piece? I'm looking for wedge pieces. Okay, there they are. They were hiding underneath. It's always annoying when you're looking for pieces and they end up getting hidden underneath others. And also because I built on a green table, that doesn't help either.
Yeah, pieces getting hidden happened to me on the J Titan mech. I couldn't find one piece, and I thought Lego just hadn't included it, but then I found it later in the bag.
I don't think I did, or your DM might have gotten buried underneath all the others. So after this live stream, I'm gonna have to go back and check my DMs to see if you sent it. So yeah, getting a lot of wedged plates here right now. Where are we in here? Okay, so how many are on? Okay, those are still building. God. actually, I can come and get these fights. So I just take a little bit of a break for Forge of Empires. I'm seeing some fights that I want to clean up. Yeah, so I'm gonna guess that Dead Bricks is moving stuff around on his shelf.
No, I'm gonna organize my Ninjago accessories a little bit more. We're like mostly organized, but they're not entirely organized just yet. I'm trying to organize them by like faction and stuff like that.
Your organization takes up a lot of time.
Yep.
And what also takes up a lot of time is sorting. Because I always say that sorting is a necessary evil, because as much as everyone hates sorting Lego, we've all got to do it, especially if we build mocks.
Yeah, I still, believe it or not, I bought a lot of storage containers. I still haven't even used them for like actually sorting Lego. I've been procrastinating, just debating if I should put them in minifigures first or if I should put parts in first. I still don't know yet.
I think considering the types of sets you have, you should probably start with the minifigures, because there's so many minifigure accessories that I know that you own.
Good idea. Sorry.
Yeah, so you go on. I was just going to do nothing.
Sorry, I was just saying it was a good idea because like my minifigures are currently in bags and I'm afraid of them like shipping and stuff. Even though they might do it in tackle boxes, but it won't be as severe, I'd say.
Oh yes, I did see that over on Discord. I saw that you put that in your in the video files channel, but I haven't checked it out yet. I'm gonna see if I can somehow use that to do a stinger similar to Power Diesel. Oh yeah, and I totally forgot when Stardust came up in here. I should have played this.
Shining all day.
Yeah, so I'll have to check that out later. And then thanks for reminding me about that, so I can remind everyone, if you are on Discord and you haven't already joined the mayohosko Discord server, there should be a link in the description for you to come and join. And for people that are active, well, I'm not sure if he's still here, but he was here a little earlier. If we scroll up, there was his last comment. And yeah, I went to court this morning because I'm trying to sue some debt collectors who keep harassing me. And I presented my case and they presented theirs, and so the judge ruled to come back at a later date because they had because there was some other claims going on in the small claims court that had a higher value of the claims, and so the judge did hear some of the evidence I brought to the table, and also heard the evidence that the debt collectors brought to the table. But the judge wasn't able to make a conclusive ruling yet. But the debt collectors know that they know I have the necessary information. They just like to play stalling tactics, and so they did play a lot of stalling tactics because I'm sure that they don't want to have to deal with me in the courts, of which they did earlier today. And so I think they played a successful stalling tactic today that I'm going to have to plan a counter attack for when I take them to court sometime when we go back to small claims court sometime next week. Because the judge ruled a conditional not guilty, but they did allow, but the judge did allow when more evidence was presented. For it was a conditional ruling. If more evidence can be presented to come back at a later date. So hopefully I can find these specific emails and text messages between the debt collectors and PayPal, so I can present that to the judge. So it's going to drag on for another week, which is annoying. But I've been ringing up at PayPal's customer service left, right, and center, and they cleared me of any wrongdoing when I called them 6 months ago, and then out of the blue I get a bill from the debt collectors earlier this week, and I'm like, why am I getting this? So yeah, it's just really stupid, and it's an inconvenience for me because I almost missed this live stream this morning. Almost missed this live stream, which would have been devastating if I were to miss a live stream because I was being held up in the courts. Because whatever you do, you don't ever want to have to go to court, and you should really only ever go to court if you know that you're being ripped off somehow. And I know that I was being ripped off. So that was a wild adventure. Anyway, back to Ninjago. So, there was another set in my collection. Yeah, actually, there's a few sets. So, we were talking about how they make so many mechs, and they make so many bikes. And if I reach over and get my sets, I don't complain as much about the dragons because the dragons are much more cooler. And there's something more indicative to the Ninjago theme. Because any action theme can do mechs and bikes, but not many action themes can do dragons, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So so even though I'm not necessarily a big fan of the dragons, I appreciate them much more than the mechs and the bikes. Because if I show off some of the stuff right here, I've got just four of these sets are mechs. So we got the Lloyd's Hydro Mech, the Jay's Electro Mech, the Zane's Power Up Evo Mech, and the Lloyd's Suit Mech, which was that gift with purchase polybag from back in November or late October, I can't remember.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. So I'm thinking what I'll do next week is I'll build all of the mech sets to make it a more mech themed episode next time. And we have Skywind. Hey Skywind.
I love
And,
the mechs, but they can get repetitive.
Yeah.
But they've changed the scale a lot. In the beginning, they had a lot of like this. I suppose now it's the middle scale. Started with the samurai mech. They did kind of bounce around a little bit early in the beginning, but they kind of established this middle scale of mech, and then they had a smaller scale occasionally. And then the Ninjago movie really introduced the big mech scale. So we had mechs that were absolutely huge compared to a minifig. And then Core has introduced the smaller mech scale with those molded joints. And I like the smaller mechs because they're nice and little and collectible, and I like the bigger mechs because they're imposing and cool.
Yeah, because really, the bigger mechs are where you're going to find mechs that have knee joints in it. But granted, not all have knee joints.
Well, some of the golden mech from I believe 2020, there's a legacy set that did have knees, as did the Cole mech in the Thunder Raider set, also from 2020. And those were medium-sized mechs. Like that, I can get the Cole mech. Let me get at that.
Yeah, and also, it wasn't Cole the pilot of the Quake mech from the Ninjago movie,
Yes, he was.
and that was the one that came with those that came with those big profile tires, wasn't it? As the shoulder pads.
It came with a giant wheel, and then two big speaker brick-built shoulder pads that were they were attached with these big gears.
Yeah, it was the one that rolled on wheels.
Yeah, it was on a wheel, but yeah.
Yeah.
But here's this Cole mech, part of the Thunder Raider, so it'd kind of sit on the back, but then it could come off and be its own thing, but it had knees.
Yeah, look at that. It's got knee joints.
It's possible for smaller sets. And then the golden mech also had knees. Similar setup, but pretty stable, pretty good mech. I like
Lego. I think Lego makes a lot of compromises with not putting in knee joints because for a lot of their designs it compromises the structural integrity.
Yeah, but now with I think pretty much ever since then, most Ninjago mechs have had knees. Not the smaller ones. I think it would compromise the integrity a bit too much. But on the bigger ones, they're able to do it now. First one they did that with is Zane's Titan mech, which was the legacy set from 2021. They did it on the Samurai mech from Crystallized, and they did it on the Jay's Titan mech, the most recent big mech to happen. So they're integrating that now, and they've done it. They do it differently depending on what it is. I think Zane's was a little bit different. It used some of the smaller mixel joints, and then Jay's mech and the Samurai mech, I think, use a similar system for the knees, where it's 3 ball joint attachments.
Yeah, because you've got one for the thighs, one for the knees, and one for the ankles.
Well, it's 3 ball joints in the knee.
Oh,
so it's three attachments. There's 3. They're kind of like next to each other, pretty much.
I don't know why this isn't going in all the way.
I haven't looked at Nia's mech for a little bit, but I know it's true on Jay's mech, which is going to be a pain to get off the shelf.
Yeah, because I wonder how long it's going to take till every character gets a Titan mech, because it seems like the Titan mechs are the most collected mechs on the market right now.
Lloyd got one back in 2019. That didn't have knees, but you can modify it to have knees. And then Kai had his mech from the movie, as did Cole. And there was also that Firestone mech, which Kai and Cole shared, but that wasn't really accurate. It should have been all gray, but I don't, for some reason, despite, Star Wars doing it all the time, I guess Lego didn't think an all gray set would sell.
No,
Or an all gray mech.
because it doesn't have it doesn't have the bright colors that people are normally used to.
But here's the J mech. Oh, this only has 2 ball joints, but the point still gets across. There's 2 ball joints on this Technic piece.
Yeah, which is clearly bigger than this one.
It is not the 4+ mech, but then it makes for a really good flow for the knee, and it bends really well. And it's nice and stable. Also, these help with stability. They put these little things on the bottom of the feet, so that way it doesn't slide around as easily.
Because isn't that a small rubberized piece?
Yeah, it's a little rubber piece.
Yeah, to give it more traction so that it doesn't slide around.
Yeah,
because it's kind of like how when back in the 4.5 volt and the 12 volt era of Lego trains on the motors, they put the rubber bands as traction tires on it.
Yeah,
And they couldn't do that with the 9 volt motors because they had to have the electric current in the wheels. So they had to find other ways to make it have more traction. And if you ever and whether the power functions and the powered up train motors, if you look really carefully, you see a really, really narrow white rubber band that acts as a traction tire. Hey, Jacob. It's just a really
hello, Jacob.
small thing that acts as a traction tire. Not sure how many train fans actually know about that. Thank you, Jacob. Because let me just go to YouTube to see something real quickly. We got 15. Yeah, we got 15 likes right now. So hopefully, in the next 1 hour and 42 minutes, we can get 5 more likes. Because as always, we have a like goal of 20. So now I've got to. And how does this go? Oh, okay. I've got to reverse the direction of this. And we have Joseph Nailus over here. Hey, Nails, as we you.
If you're enjoying watching Mayo build and actually hearing me talk for once on a stream, feel free to like the stream down below and subscribe if you're not subscribed already.
Yeah, because I'm guessing a lot of people are here because you're here, because like you're way.
Because I'll actually talk here.
Yeah, because I've learned so much about Ninjago, some little tidbits that I didn't otherwise know, all in just over 2 hours. So, like, this is the exact reason why I knew, yes, Titanium J, absolutely. And mainly a Deadwigs, because I am a regular viewer of his, and we got to get Deadwigs to 500 subscribers. You just recently hit 400 last month.
Yeah, I've been hovering around 420, but that makes sense because I haven't done anything on my channel.
420.
Yeah, it was at 420 for a little while, then it dropped down to 418. I think it's now up to 422. I've checked. Yeah, I'm not that concerned with the growth of my channel at this point. I just like hanging out.
Yeah, because you've got other life priorities. Because you're doing bigger and better things than YouTube.
I'm at 424, which is nice. Yeah, but I got a video. I got videos planned, but I don't I don't necessarily care about growing my channel. It's just gonna be like a side thing for me.
Yeah, a side gig. Just
Yeah.
enjoying the Lego hobby.
I have no intention of making it a full-time job. So
The reason why I'm so heavy about things is because I'm in the middle of a 5-year plan, like smack bang in the middle of a 5-year plan, and thankfully I'm halfway there to achieving my 5-year plan, because it's been 2.5 years and I'm at 513 subs at a little over 2,000 watch time hours. But now, since I have been on YouTube for more than 12 months, my watch time hours goes up and down, depending on what views were like 12 months ago. Because I know a lot of channels who either have 4,000 subscribers, 4,000 watch time hours, but not 1,000 subs, or the other way around. So the fact that I'm about even in both of them means there's some kind of consistency there. Because, as I always like to remind other content creators out there, you should always be aiming for 10% of your subscribers to be watching every video. With the bigger channels actually say if you're doing better than 5%, then you're doing good. But for a smaller channel, I say for you to really be getting somewhere, you got to have 10% of your viewers watching regularly. So in your case, Dead Bricks, I think you've got. I'm not sure if you've hit 410 subscribers yet. The last time I saw you, you were at 407. Cause I was binge watching some of your DBC updates and Ninjago reviews over the past 3 days, and I'm pretty sure I'm all up to date now. No, that doesn't go in like that. How does it go?
Thank you.
Okay, I gotta get this to be like that. Okay, so that way I can insert some 1x1. Yeah, these purple 1x1.
I'm probably gonna have to go for the time being, or probably for the night. I'm super sorry about that. I'll try to be here next time, but like, parents are home, and I don't want to get them upset or anything. So I'm super sorry about that. I have to go.
Yeah, I totally understand. It's almost 11:30. Yeah. So
Right.
before you get on out of it, do you have any plugs for Lego projects or social media?
If you want to follow me for Lego purist stuff, follow me on Deadbricks2 on Instagram. If you're interested in like art and Lego art, not the you'll see when I say it, Deadbricks Customs. Or if you're interested in just like my collection and customs in general, you can subscribe to me on here on YouTube. This is a mix up between both Deadbricks2 and Customs. So thank you all for hanging out with me. Sorry if I didn't talk much. I'm still very new to like this live streaming stuff. It's been a while since I've been on a live stream, and it's been like 3 to 4 years, honestly.
Yeah, because you'll get used to it eventually. And also, I'd love to have you back at some other time, and you know that you're invited for the rest of Ninjago Month, and I'm sure we'll have more conversations beyond Ninjago Month, because I enjoy talking with you. I enjoy talking with you, so I hope you have a good night.
You too. It was great talking to y'all. Have a great night.
See you next week.
see you, Dead Bricks.
See ya.
Yeah, so definitely go subscribe to his channel on YouTube, because and particularly if you're a Ninjago person.
If you would like to see Ninjago person who actually puts out content, go subscribe to Dead Bricks.
Exactly, and if you wanna see people who talk about Ninjago whenever they can, go subscribe to Brick Hive for Good Morning Brick World.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll work Ninjago into anything that I can.
And yeah, there he is, saying thank you for having me on. Greatly appreciated. Well, you know that you're welcome. You're welcome back for the rest of the month. And anyone else that would be interested in talking about Ninjago with myself, Titanium J, Dead Bricks Collection, and Captain Matt, just let me know throughout the week, and we can arrange invites for people who want to come on and talk about Ninjago, because the more the merrier. So I'm guessing this is the base of the tree. Yeah, this is the base of the tree that doesn't at the base of the palm tree that has lost its leaves, and Jay is hanging off via a chain connection.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing this. Yeah, I'm guessing this technical piece is back here so that you can push it over to have Jay swinging around. I like the inclusion of these lime green leaf pieces. I don't think I have any of those pieces in that color, so it's nice to get that color. There's always something new with a Ninjago set if you don't already own one.
Yeah, Ninjago's always got interesting techniques.
Now we're building up some of the palm leaves. Okay, we gotta put this here first. Yeah, so and actually what is that? I should have said this a little bit earlier, but at the end of the month, when we'll be doing the sorting party, in the midst of doing the sorting party to send off Ninjago Month in a grand finale, I'm gonna be doing two different types of tier lists. One of those tier lists is gonna be ranking my favorite of the Ninjago temples and monasteries and fortresses, and another one is going to be ranking all of the ninja sets that were sold from 1998 to 2001, because I don't think those get a lot of coverage, and the ninja theme had a lot of buildings in it. Probably a bigger ratio of buildings to vehicles than what a Ninjago has.
Oh yeah.
And also,
Ninjago does not do enough buildings. There's a lot of themes that don't do enough buildings or terrain. Like, I feel like Star Wars, instead of giving us like Luke's land speeder 50,000 times, they could do more terrain stuff. I would take some Star Wars terrain.
Yeah, because it'd be good to get more terrain builds of Tatooine and Hoth and Endor and Mustafar and other stuff.
It's like,
it'd be good
if you like Star Wars, then it's a great add-on to stuff. And if you don't like Star Wars, you can sell the figs and keep the parts because they're useful.
And that's what a lot of people do: is they buy the set, sell off the minifigs, and keep the builds because they know they can get a decent proportion of their money back from selling the figs. So I'm guessing, I don't know why this Wait, hang on. Hang on a minute. I see why. Because this has to go one step forward. I'm guessing to activate the play feature. I must have built this wrong. Yes, a coruscant, like a series of sets based on some of the buildings from Coruscant. I also think it'd be cool if they made a series of sets for the interior rooms of the Death Star.
Yeah.
But that's just a pipe dream. Because I don't think Lego wants to invest the money, or Disney won't let them.
Yeah.
Because you'd be surprised how much control Disney has over what the Star Wars designers do. Because when new movies and new TV shows come out, Disney will tell Lego, well, you have to make this set and you have to make that set. Some extreme Star Wars fans literally think that Disney micromanages the actual designs of the sets, but that's just false.
Yeah.
But
Disney has a fair say.
Yeah, but regardless, they do have a fair say, and Disney definitely aren't as big of micromanagers as what Mattel are. That's for sure, because Mattel are the masters at micromanaging.
Yeah.
On a disgusting level, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm sure that Disney just tells Lego, like, do these things, put in these characters somewhere, like certain characters, and then just the rest is up to Lego.
Yeah, and it just ends up catching them off guard, and the designers end up the designers end up making a lot of sacrifices.
Yeah.
Because you can tell with a Star Wars set, Disney made this happen. Disney made that happen.
Yeah.
And some of it is so glaringly obvious. But
Yeah,
don't have those problems with original things like Ninjago.
Yeah. There's occasionally some, like, inaccuracies and stuff, but on the whole, they tend to get it right.
Yeah, because for licensed themes, the biggest inaccuracies is when something doesn't look like the prop, and Lego just doesn't have enough specialized pieces in their parts inventory to make it look like, or to make it look prototypically accurate to the TV show or the movie. However, with original themes like Ninjago and Monkey Kid and Friends, more so it's a bad design because of their structural integrity, or because they're going for a specific age range, particularly when they do 4+ stuff.
Yeah. And I mean, sometimes, like, from the design of the sets to the actual design of the vehicle or building or whatever in the show, sometimes it changes a bit. Sometimes it's a more drastic change than others, but chances are they get the overall shape and whatnot of the vehicle right.
Yeah, because like one of the big things that I've noticed with designs ever since they changed the Juniors theme to the 4+, and also our Toy World is back. Also, I'm not sure if you were there when I said it earlier, but thank you for subscribing to the mayohosko channel.
Yeah. And Counter, I believe you're talking about the Fire Temple, right? I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. I do not have that set.
Yeah, the Fire would be nice to have.
I did not get a lot of the first year Ninjago sets. I've gone back and I've collected some, but the dragons are one of the things that have eluded me.
The Dojo Temple would be a nice build
Dojo Temple. I do have that one. I think I ended up parting that out actually, just because it doesn't really compare to the monastery, but it had some decent parts. And
Yeah, that ends up happening to a lot of people. Is that you almost have a Mandela effect, not realizing that YouTube might have unsubscribed people.
yeah,
Oh, I was in your recommended. Well, that's nice of the YouTube algorithm.
yeah.
Yeah, because we're going to be talking about Ninjago all month long. And I was literally just looking at the box for the Keeper's Village, and I noticed that it had 8 plus on it. Because one of my biggest criticisms about Lego, ever since they switched over, or ever since they really got rid of the juniors theme, is that more and more of their sets, they no longer have an age range, they have an age plus recommendation, and we're back up to double digits. Thank you, everyone.
Richie, that is still going on. There's a separate channel for that now. I don't know if you're aware of it though. It's Friday Night Bricks is the channel now. We transitioned from streaming on the Hope Castle channel to the Friday Night Bricks channel, and that's on at 7 p.m. And they go for a couple hours, but lately they've been doing D&D sessions after, starting at 9 p.m. And I think that's going on now.
So all of that times, I'm guessing you're
Yeah.
in a central.
Yeah, Richie and I are both in Central Time. But yeah, they're doing Critical Bricks. That's also over on Jesse's Brick Galaxy, so he streams it to 2 places. But yeah, but Friday Night Bricks is still going on.
Yeah, because normally we go live at the same time, and we have a different audience because we talk about different stuff.
They go live an hour earlier than this show.
Yes, because they go live at 8 p.m. Eastern, and I go live at 9 p.m. Eastern. And I mainly go live an hour later because I try to not tread on anyone's toes.
I mean, at this point, it's so difficult to avoid streaming while someone else is streaming.
Exactly, because I know for a while, every now and then, like Moments of the Magic goes live 15 minutes before I go live, and I'm like, yep, okay. And also, I speaking of Moments of the Magic, I saw that he's going to be doing a marathon build of some of the Disney 100.
Oh, nice.
I didn't know those Disney 100 sets were already on shelves.
Yeah.
So that was
really, they are, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes,
Well, they got
that was news to me.
Yeah, the first Brickheads, that 4-pack of Brickheads dropped, I think, February 1st. Yeah. Now, Richie, if you ever stream, I'm down. As long as I'm not busy working, I'll be down.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't even know that Richie did go live.
Oh yeah, he back in 2020 there were a lot of streams. Back during the quarantine and whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, those were fun. I remember staying up late with a lot of those. A lot of fun stuff.
No, oh yeah, I forgot to put these pics on the Tournament of Elements. Okay, so now we're on to bag 2. Nice, a celebration live stream. So I'm guessing you're not that far away from 2,000 subscribers. Let me just mute myself while I open these bags.
Yeah, Richie's working away towards monetization. He's got another video coming out. Well, tomorrow morning for me. I don't know. I can't translate to the time zone over in Australia, but it's the history of Brickworld, which I'm excited to watch. Be watching that.
The history of
Yep. I've only. Fun fact: our Toy World and I first met in person at Brick World, and then
Really?
subscribed to each other on YouTube after that. And I think at least for Richie, that's like the only time that's ever happened to him, where he's met someone in person first, and then subbed to them and interacted with them on YouTube later. And I don't think it's the only time for me, but it's the only time I can remember.
Because I've actually never watched any of our Toy World's content because I didn't know about him until he started being active in the comments over on the Hive stream at Good Morning Brick World. So I can't even remember if I'm subscribed to our Toy World. It's been that long, so I missed out on that. But I wonder if I can do these fights right here. Yeah, I can do these fights right here. They start in 54 seconds, and that's all loaded up. Let me check my subscription box, because if I'm not already subscribed, then I wanna do that.
Oh, Counter got the Temple of Resurrection 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, that's a decent one. Yeah.
One of the okay, there it is. They're just subscribed. One of the Ninjago movie sets I always forget about is the Temple of the Ultimate Weapon.
Yeah. That was a cool temple, except for the fact that it was about 6 studs in depth.
Yeah. I think the reason it's so forgettable for me is because of how skinny it is.
Yeah. That was the big problem. That, and it didn't actually include the ultimate weapon.
Which is kind of an oxymoron of a name of a set.
Yeah.
Because I wonder how many people bought that set back when the movie came out, expecting to get the ultimate weapon, and then it's not in there.
Yeah, it was just a bunch of gold pieces. Yeah.
And it probably wasn't even, and I bet it wasn't even the good gold. It was probably just the cheap pearl gold.
It was like, gosh, I don't know what those pieces are. Kind of like, it's not a flower, but it's like the one like round plate with like the 4 curve edges or something like that. I don't know. A 1x1 round plate with like 4. Kind of like what would go underneath a flower if you were to place it.
Oh yeah. Well, at the flowers with the 4 petals.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, because nowadays Lego more often does the flowers that have the 5 petals, because they look more accurate to real life flowers.
Yeah, but yeah, I've actually thought about I've got that set disassembled, and I've thought about eventually when I do another Ninjago modular, because I want to do a bit of a Ninjago city mock. I want to integrate that temple into a city, so like it existed in the old city, and then it was kind of built around it. I think that'd be a fun challenge to do. Something
kind of like how in the movie Up, they built the city around his old house.
Yeah, a bit like that. I think it'd be an interesting challenge. Plus, I could work those big doors in there, and it would help fill a lot of space. That's what it would do. But I think it'd be an interesting challenge, and I think it's also going to depend on how the next Ninjago modular is shaped. Because if it's a corner, then it's not a big issue for me. Because then I can have 2 Ninjago modulars on a corner and then put them next to my Temple of Fortitude mock that I'm working on, because that's 4 32x32 base plates. But if it's a straight piece, that's gonna be a bit more difficult. If it's a straight piece, I might try and go for the docks, and then build a custom corner.
Yeah, see, when it comes to straights versus corners, I'm more of a straight building person, because I don't. There's a reason why I don't collect the corner modulars, and it's because whenever I build a city, since I'm a vintage Lego person. But I still have the modulars because they're such cool sets. I always have them at the back of my city, and have all of the vintage stuff in front because normally they're smaller. So I have the small stuff at the front and the big stuff at the back. And as a result, when you have them all as a backdrop, it's difficult to use the corners.
Yeah. But I was thinking of with the Temple of Fortitude. I don't think I'd do this year. I might like upgrade it in a year after. But like working a Ninjago City balcony into it and making it kind of like a bit of a tourist attraction, I suppose. Kind of morphs into that just because ancient temple people want to look at it, kind of gets built around. But it wouldn't change that drastically. But it's gonna be 4 32 by 32 base plates with walkways on both ends, I suppose, both two of the sides, so that it can fit with the modulars. Yeah. So then I can have two corner modulars on each side.
Yeah, and so that it's more compatible with the balcony that goes around the outside.
Yeah.
Of the Ninjago modulars.
Yeah. And then if I eventually do like a big display at Brick World or something like that, what I'd probably do is I'd bring the official modulars, but then just kind of have them on the back. Because it's more about displaying mocks than it is about displaying actual sets, but if they fit in well.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the dimensions of the Temple of the Ultimate Weapon, because I know that it's 6 studs deep, but I forget.
It's many studs long. It's a lot of studs long.
Yeah, and so because if the width is longer than 24 studs, I could imagine someone skilled enough using those pieces to condense it on. Since there's such little volume for how wide of a set it is, I could even imagine someone condensing it down hard to and like if they really wanted to, an 8x8 structure.
Well, it's got the doors in the front, then kind of 2 walls slightly farther back on the sides. If you just kind of folded those walls in or something like that, that might work. Then it'd be more of just like a square.
Yeah, because I forget if those walls are on a hinge connection or not.
Oh, they aren't. They're static. But if you wanted to like rebuild it, it might be possible.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they're wide. Those side walls were wide as possible to give you more room to store different weapons.
Yeah.
So you could build up a whole series of weapon racks. Because in a lot of Ninjago sets, you get weapons racks here, there, and everywhere. Because I always thought it'd be cool for some Ninjago mock builder out there to make just a hallway of all the different weapons racks, because they make so many. Kind of like a Ninjago take on the Hall of Armor from Marvel. Instead of having a bunch of the Iron Man suits, have a bunch of the weapons racks all lined up on each other.
Yeah, the Hall of Weapons. Yes, that's what we want.
Not just
by Ninjago.
Also convincing YOLO. So what am I looking for?
Yeah,
it's got hidden.
The extremely long-term plan is to have a whole big setup of Ninjago modulars, but that could quite possibly be like a decade-long thing that I'm going to be working on. Because I don't think I can afford to make more than a single modular a year.
No.
Especially since I'm not in a lug or anything.
Yeah, because you don't get that lug bulk money.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm planning on, said earlier, I was going to order Monkey Kid sets, but those aren't available anymore. But, so I'm just going to do, along with the Garmadon comic, I'm just going to do Pick a Brick, and I'm going to order 400 trans light blue 1x2 tiles for more of the water.
Yeah, and also make sure to cross-reference that with a brick link to see which
I think they're about level at this point.
Yeah, to see which website will get you a cheaper deal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and when a Dead Bricks was on, when Dead Bricks was on earlier, I was going to talk about while we were talking about the minifigure collections, I was going to bring up that I purposely bought all of the Ninjago movie CMFs as a group lot on eBay about 3 years ago now, because I desperately wanted the N Pop Girl collectible minifigure, and it was after that I decided, you know what, I'm going to collect all of the going to collect a lot of the minifigures, not all of the minifigures, but a lot of the minifigures that have that same hairpiece as N Pop Girl, because that's what the Lego Batman movie version of Harley Quinn uses. Yeah. That's also what the Cotton Candy Cheerleader from Video used. I really hope that the Dreams thing that got leaked isn't going to suffer the same problem that the video thing. Everyone out there, let us know if you've heard about the new Dreams thing, because from what I've heard about the proposed Dreams thing, is that we've already gotten the set names, the piece count, and the prices. I'm not sure if we've gotten the set numbers or not, but from what I've heard people reacting to it sounds a lot like the old Time Cruisers thing from the 90s. That could be
interesting.
Which I have as a vintage fan of Lego, I have an affinity for Time Cruisers, even though I never owned any Time Cruisers sets. Yes, Dusty Bricks asking the important questions. Does anyone want me to not go to the next Brickvention? Because I've said, yes. Also, I saw some people on Instagram doing stories about that, the moving truck.
Yeah. So the Dreams do have set numbers.
Okay, so they did get set numbers.
And counter, that's the Temple of Light was the first Ninjago temple that I ever got, like full on temple. And 2013.
Was that so that would have been the 4th year.
That was the 3rd year.
Oh, third.
Yeah. It was the first year of a small wave of sets. And it had a golden mech and a temple.
Yeah, because let me just go back here. Because for those who don't remember, I'm only going to go to a Brickvention 2024 if enough Australians can confirm that they're willing to do a meet up with me over there. Because Melbourne is a good city, but I've been to Melbourne so many times before, and I'm kind of running out of things to do that aren't Lego related, because I've done most of them. And so, if there's any Australians out there who want to come see me at if there's some people who don't live in Victoria in particular, that are going to that want to meet up with me at Brickvention 2024, just let me know, and I'll start booking my plane tickets and hotels for January 2024. Because I've always wanted to go to Brickvention, honestly. I've just never had the time to go there. Yeah, to go there. I've only ever been to LEGO conventions in my city, in South Australia. The only reason I'm attempting to go to Brick World Chicago is because people kept on peer pressuring me, namely Makro Bricks kept on peer pressuring me, saying what an epic time it was when they went, and they convinced me to go there because of how fun it looks. And now I'm all up in the hype for Brick World Chicago.
Oh yeah, it is. It is so much fun, and like it's there's all that. I guess there's a bit of a FOMO whenever the conventions go around. Like you see a convention, bunch of people there. I wish you could be there, but I think like going to one of the big conventions, I suppose, like Chicago, kind of helps with that, because you think I at least got my experience. I got to hang out.
Yeah, and I know enough of my friends are going to Brick World Chicago 2023 that I want to go to.
So many of us are gonna be there, and it's gonna be great.
I'm gonna order 100 sig figs.
Yeah, that's something I need to get on. I need to order more sig fig parts.
Yeah, so I can give away sig figs to 100 people there.
Yeah, I should have probably written it down, but I completely forgot who I've given sig figs to already. I mean, I remember some people, but I don't remember everyone. I know you'll need one, Mayo. So I'll have to get you one.
Yeah, but because I believe I added the pieces to your sig fig to my Bricklink wanted list of pieces that I need to buy to assemble people's sig figs, because you've got the Lego Ninjago movie version of Lloyd's casual torso.
Yeah.
And
there's two different versions of that. There's the CMF version and there's the standard set version. Either version is acceptable.
Yeah, because I'd probably just I think I already have that Lloyd from the Ninjago City Chase that we talked about a little earlier, so I can definitely use that torso. I'm pretty sure you have plain black pants, and I'm pretty sure you used the Williams hair in black.
It's dark blue pants.
Okay, dark.
Yeah, but those aren't difficult to find.
No, because I've got plenty of those dark blue in my collection.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of police minifigures from the mid 2000s that came with dark blue. That's not the mid 2010s that came with dark blue legs.
The head is from the mid 2000s. It can be found, I think, in a number of places.
Yeah, because I remember that head piece was in a lot of World City and the first 3 years of the city thing.
Yeah, and I first encountered it in Space Police, and that became, back when I was younger and very imaginative with my play, that I was the Space Police officer that had that head.
Yeah, because I actually didn't know that was in Space Police.
Yeah, that head was in a few sets, I think. Yeah, I think it was in 3 or 4 of the Space Police sets. I think 4. Yeah, Trying to
Yeah, and
remember it all.
whatever. If I do go to Chicago, whatever sig figs I don't give away, then I'm gonna save those sig figs and give them away at Wickvention 2024.
Yeah, Mayo. If you've got a sig fig of me built by the time Brickworld Chicago happens, then that counts as well. But if you don't, then I'll give you one of
Yeah, because I prefer to build people's sig figs myself, so that people don't have to pay for international shipping, because the United States Postal Service likes to whip you guys off.
Yeah.
Because it's cheaper to send stuff to the US than it is to send stuff out of the US. And Canada is just as bad.
And Richie, it's a YouTuber known as Creative Bricks. He doesn't really upload anymore any content, but a few years back when I was just getting into YouTube, he was someone I interacted with regularly. And he did the sig fig art, and he also did the standard, and he did this graduation cap for high school. And I'm glad that I finally got some use out of it again.
Yes, when I go to Chicago, there's a lot of food items I want to try, and Chicago deep dish pizza is definitely on that list. So, and I had no idea until last week, but Tasman Bricks said that Taco Bell is opening up in Sydney, and I was like, what? Taco Bell is finally expanding into this country.
Hey.
So hopefully Taco Bell makes their way to South Australia soon.
Well,
so I can get my hands on some nachos and a Baja Blast Mountain Dew.
If they don't, you can always try it over here.
Exactly, because that's one of the food items I wanna try in Chicago is a box of live mass nachos and Baja Blast, because Baja Blast is until the decision that happened back in after the decision happened back in 2016, and Mountain Dew rigged Pitch Black to win the decision to keep Baja Blast more rare because they know that it tastes better. After that, Taco Bell reached an agreement with PepsiCo to make Baja Blast exclusive to Taco Bell, because they found that the flavors of Taco Bell food is the best complement.
I mean, I tried it. It didn't really work for me, but each their own.
I know people that have hyped up Baja Blast for years, and there are a lot of people who prefer the taste of Baja Blast to regular Mountain Dew, and I want to see what all the hubba is about.
This is like semi on topic, and mainly a question for Richie and anyone else who's in the Midwest. But Richie, I don't know how often you frequent Culver's, and I don't know if you've heard they changed from Pepsi products to Coke products.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm not happy about that.
Because I know some people in the Midwest that go to Culver's every now and then.
Oh, I love Culver's. It's probably my favorite fast food restaurant. Yeah, there we go, Life Bricks. Culver's is top tier, but now they're less top tier because they got rid of Pepsi products and replaced it with Coke products.
I've actually never been to Wyler. I've never been to the Eyre Peninsula, and in my opinion, Port Augusta doesn't count as the Eyre Peninsula because it's at the top. Because I hear that in the Midwest, out of the Midwestern fast food franchises, Culver's does the better French fries.
Yeah, Culver's does do really good French fries. And yeah, but I just always felt that a Culver's meal wasn't complete without some Mountain Dew. That's probably just more of a me personally thing, but
Well, in my opinion, a KFC also isn't complete without a Mountain Dew.
yeah. No, but it just means I'm less likely to get drinks from Culver's these days.
Yeah, because I've always wanted to try. Because I've always wanted to see how good the Culver's French fries are. Because I hear so many people talking
Culver's French fries, in my opinion, are some of the better ones out in the region. Portillo's, though, well, just Portillo's in general. Portillo's is really great.
Yeah, because I was like, you know what? If I'm going to Chicago, I'm gonna want to try deep dish pizza, Culver's French fries, and a Taco Bell with nachos to get Baja Blast Mountain Dew, and a bacon square burger from Wendy's.
Yeah. Well, there is a, what did you say, Wendy's?
Yeah.
Well, there is a Wendy's and a Culver's within walking distance of the convention center. Like, I mean, you can drive there, but you can also walk there.
Yeah, because is it like a 15-minute walk or something?
Yeah. Makro and I walked over to Wendy's one of the days.
Yeah, we don't have a Chick-fil-A in this country, Eggplant Head, which means that KFC Australia has been able to take the playbook from both Chick-fil-A and Popeyes, because remember years ago when Chick-fil-A, Popeyes, KFC, and a bunch of the other fried chicken joints, the fast food joints had the war on the chicken sandwich. Well, because we don't have any of those, KFC Australia has been heavily inspired, and we have a lot of burgers on our menu, because KFC USA has a very limited menu to keep things simple, and that's why KFC sales in the US continue to go down, while their international sales keep going up and up and up.
I have not been to KFC in a while. That's because there isn't one super close to me. I got to drive like 15-20 minutes to get to one. But I might have to go back there again this weekend.
Yeah,
I haven't had it for a little while.
Because I tried KFC in Hawaii, and I was totally shocked of how small the menu is by comparison.
Yeah, and as far as Chick-fil-A goes, I'm not eating there for a little while because at my university we had a Chick-fil-A on campus, so I'd eat there every week, and I'm kind of sick of it now. I'll eat there again. It's just I need a break. But yeah, Portillo's is kind of, I haven't been there as often, to be honest. I kind of stopped going in person as well. I just could drive through.
Yeah, there used to be both a Pizza Hut and a Domino's within 5 miles of my house, and so everyone remembers when the FDA did that poll of ranking the major pizza and fast food joints, and Domino's came out second to bottom, and they realized they needed to make big changes at their executive position. So they got a new president, they got a new chairman, and they got a new CEO. And after that, their quality started getting better and better and better. All while Pizza Hut was going through through their own financial struggles because of how much Domino's was innovating, and gradually, in my area, Domino's slowly got better, and I think they realized that they were adding too much sauce on their pizza, and so they limited the amount of sauce to make it less spicy, and they added slightly more ingredients per capita, and then eventually my local Pizza Hut closed. The next Pizza Hut nearby me, I discovered, their franchise owners definitely don't care as much about the quality. So now I've made the permanent switch over to Domino's because of the balancing scale of quality. So I think Pizza Hut needs to be on the threat of bankruptcy in order to make serious changes to their quality.
Yeah. And Johnny G, I applaud that reference. Demolition Man. Good movie. I love that movie. I need to watch it again.
So this goes at the top here.
Yeah. I agree with Richie. Mayo, you should stay in the States for 3 weeks just because of all the fast food. But yeah, fast food is getting more expensive. I do agree, Richie. I mean, I don't know if I'm spending $20 per se on a meal, but it's gotten more expensive than it has.
Yeah, because I've noticed, because in my area, I've noticed a lot of stuff that used to cost $10 and now cost $13, and that's jumped significantly over the past 5 years. So that's a 30% increase.
I've noticed that prices have been going up a bit, but I remember I'd go to Culver's frequently-ish when I was at university, and the cost of the meal I'd order was $8.02. And then one day I'm coming in, I'm going through the drive-thru, getting my meal. I have, my cash and my 2 pennies ready, but then they upped it.
Yeah, and I don't think the governments have any problems with that, because there have been threat of fast food taxes for years.
Yeah. The Johnny G, the 3 seashells. He doesn't know how to use the 3 seashells.
Hang on a minute. Let me just check this again. Actually, I think I built this wrong. This has got to go underneath. I got to reverse this polarity. You can see if I can reverse this.
I remember back in the day when Pizza Hut had places to sit down and eat. Now it's all just carry out. They have maybe like 1 or 2 tables.
Yeah, well, Pizza Hut got rid of most of their sit-down fast food joints in this country a long time ago, because I believe, and now there's no more of that concept in my state.
Yeah, there aren't any near me, but I'm just getting sick of fast food pizza, or like order out pizza in general. I made my own this week. I just bought like a crust from the store and bought some sauce and some mozzarella cheese, and that tasted a lot better. It's a lot less greasy, I think.
Yeah, because I have ways of making my own custom pizzas, and I never feel let down afterwards. Because I can buy specific bases without having to knead any dough.
Yeah. And Tyler, I've only ever been to Aurelio's, and it was all right. It was okay. Honestly, I liked Aurelio's when I'd be eating it cold the next day, because get a bunch of pizza, you take some of it home, and got leftovers for the next day. And I liked it then. I liked it a lot more when it was cold the next day, because that's how I eat leftover pizza. I eat it cold.
And we got.
I don't
Big
like
Nate.
heating it up.
Hey, big Nate.
Yeah. Yeah. What's up, Big Nate?
Yeah, they definitely have less. Wait, no, sorry. I was gonna say, one of the better parts about buying ingredients from yourself to make a home cooked pizza is that they have less grease.
Yeah. And Tyler, Lou Malnati's out of the two.
Interesting. Yeah, because I'm not sure about you, Contra, but I've noticed a dramatic switch in quality of the two franchises over the past 5 years. Domino's has gotten better and better, and Pizza Hut has slowly gotten worse and worse. I think, wait, no, some pizza advice from Tyler. Now we can build, and that goes there, and put these two plates on top here. Because we are 43 minutes away from ending this thing. So I don't think we'll be able to get through all of this. So I might have to build some of this on my own time, because next week I do want to focus on the sets that are mechs, because I wanna make fun of a lot of the mechs, because I think making fun of the Ninjago mechs is fun.
And I will probably be defending them.
Yeah, exactly, because I just find the repetition so ridiculous. Much like
how
you made a joke earlier, and much like how you made a joke earlier about the Luke's land speeder. I was going to disassemble that set and make a video about that this month, but I realized. But I was in contact with my old university, and they said that there was still some work that I had to do, that I have to hand up before the 18th. And it's not a lot of stuff, but it does take up some of my time, regardless. So I'm gonna have to put that video on the back burner until March now. Which life comes first.
Bye, Richie. Have a good night.
See you, Richie. It was nice. It was nice hearing what you had to say. I like that they're using these 2x6 curved slopes as some of the rocks.
Yeah.
I remember back in 2004 when they had the creator designer sets that weren't part of the 3-in-1, because a lot of those creative designer sets were vehicles that were 9-in-1 sets, and I remember getting those pieces in blue in one of the jet fighters that you could build into 9 other models, and being so fascinated with the shaping of that. And ever since then, I've noticed that they use that piece for a lot of rocky terrain in Ninjago sets. So whenever I see that stuff, it always brings me back to my childhood. There are specific pieces that I think all of us can remember from our childhood being fascinated with. To a degree, I've been fascinated with the first generation road base plates. since I was
Yeah.
a child, which is why I decided, you know what? I've inherited all of this stuff from my. I've inherited all of these vintage stuff from my brother, and I have all these vintage road base plates from my brother, and I really like these vintage Lego people on YouTube. Why don't I try to do the same? And then the rest is history. Because I had such a fascination with how if you build vehicles at a smaller scale, you don't need big wide roads, and therefore you can actually build buildings on those road base plates, and they don't take up they don't take up the whole of the studs on the side, compared to the 5th generation road base plates, which most people have in their cities. You can't do squat on that if you want to have a sidewalk. Because I remember when I first got those 5th generation base plates in 2007, because they were the latest road plates on the market at the time. For those who don't know, they are the road plates that came before the plate-built roads that they sell now. I was like, these aren't compatible with this other stuff, and I remember as a child feeling let down, and it wasn't until years later I discovered how old the 1st generation road base plates were. Because if the 5th generation ones came out in 2005 and the 1st generation ones stopped being sold at the end of 1986, that's a good 19-year difference, which I didn't know better back then. And so I remember feeling cheated that it wasn't cross compatible, and I wouldn't learn better otherwise until all these years later. And so now since I'm selling a bunch of stuff from my collection, all of my 5th generation road base plates are up for sale. And I like the minifigures I've got up for sale, of which I've got a lot of Ninjago minifigures, which I will eventually put up for sale. I'm going to be pricing those 5th generation road base plates at 30% below market rate, so I can price them to sell. And if 30% below market rate is actually more than the RRP, considering they're in used condition, because they've got a slight amount of dust on them, and they have been in my collection, I might just sell them at RRP just to get rid of them, because right now they're just taking up space. And as a Ninjago fan, I'm guessing you don't have any road base plates in your collection.
I do not. I had when they made that new road system, the one we have now with the plates and stuff. I thought about getting those, but I'm like, I'm in no position to build a city right now, so I'm just going to wait for Lego's next road system.
Yeah, because I really hope they come out with us, because right now they're in the 6th generation roads. I really hope they come out with a 7th generation road system that reduces the height of the plate built roads from 2 plates tall to 1 plate tall, to make it more compatible with base plates. And also, a lot of the city sets are now built on plates instead of base plates, because they don't make those smaller base plates anymore. And with the roads being 2 plates high, the roads are awkwardly higher than the sidewalks, which just doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
I mean,
if you've already got your city on mills, then the new roads, you can make the new roads work.
Yeah. Because
But
really the only people I see that much prefer the new plate built roads are the ones who use the mill system.
yeah, I'd say it's the easiest to just work that in, and then you can get wider roads out of that if you want to. But you know, without some like modification of underneath your city, like putting, like I saw like videos back when these were topical of like putting stuff underneath your base plate to raise them up a little more.
Because the best, purest option I've seen for overcoming the height difference is to put these pieces, the modified 1x1 round tiles with the mini peg hole on top, because they fit. Because the bar, the one long bar here, fits inside of the anti-stud, or with the base plate style anti-stud of a base plate. I think it might have been Mr. Bookyboo or someone like that. I'm not subscribed to Mr. Bookyboo because like there's no way in hell I'm ever going to be able to binge watch all of his stuff. The only reason, the only time I'll ever subscribe to him and commit to binge watching his stuff is when either all other channels I'm subscribed to are on hiatus, or when I have an insane amount of more time to kill. Yeah, because he bought one of those people like that, put them underneath. So you put 4 in the corners and 1 in the center, and it gives off the correct height to where you can get the sidewalks of, for example, a modular to be higher than the height of the 6th generation plate built roads.
I wonder if eventually Lego's gonna swap out the base plates for like some sort of big brick plate or something like that. And then you can like attach the roads to it.
Yeah, because it will be, because I think where they're trending at, they're gonna make some kind of integrated system like that.
Yeah, because they could have a plate that's a brick thick, but then like have little lips on the bottom, like little sections cut out that you can attach plates to, like a 2x4 plate, and then you can put the roads on top of the part that's sticking out.
Because I'm sure
I think that would probably work.
I'm sure they have researchers and developers working on all of that stuff. They're behind the scenes as we speak. Because
they're on to something.
How could they not?
I'm gonna visualize what I'm saying anyway, which is gonna take me a minute.
Yeah.
Just because I have to put all these pieces together.
Yeah, and because the unique thing about the Ninjago modulars is that they're not intended to be connected to roads. They're intended to be connected to a canal waterway, which is something unique about them.
Yeah, I love the connection of the Ninjago stuff, but it's really expensive. But I'm talking like something like this, so like it'd be a brick in height, but then have a little lip underneath.
Yeah.
So that you could attach plates like this, and then put the roads on top of that.
Yeah, because I'd imagine for stability reasons, they'd have to instead of having it in multiple pieces, they'd have to make it as a one.
Yeah, it would be one piece, but this is the only way I could build it up.
Yeah, and I could even imagine sets including that being more expensive again than what they currently already have, because new molds.
Yeah.
For the sake of stability, to make it easier for the kids to build.
Or they might just like sell it as a separate piece. So like you can buy your modular with your Lego base plate, your traditional Lego base plate. But for just another $20, you can buy this big Lego brick so that you can attach your roads better. And people would buy it. And then the only issue is that like the roads would just attach to one side, and unless you had buildings on both sides, they'd just kind of fall to an angle. So you'd have to include like a few more plates to stabilize it. Even so, Lego could do it.
Yeah.
And if Lego does do that, I get credit for the idea.
And you'd want a royalty check.
Yes, I came up with this idea first.
Kind of like how there's always controversy when people submit stuff to ideas and their ideas get rejected. Sorry.
And then mysteriously,
they
2 years later,
don't go into the review stage, and then years later they make something similar to an ideas project.
Yeah. And it's like supposedly sets are like 2 years in development. So if like something gets rejected and then like a year later, you know, it all of a sudden shows up, you know, that's like mildly believable. But like, I'm sure these guys look around on the internet and you can't help but notice like when the fans do stuff, and they probably see that stuff, and it may not even be intentional, but they might, you know, take inspiration from the design.
Because it's not like they want to look around because it's not like they want to look around on the internet. They have to look around on the internet.
Yeah, they have to.
What other reason would they have for buying Bricklink other than to acquire data and use that data to make sets? Because if it's true that the leaked medieval village is going to be including a goat, I don't think that set would be including a goat if they didn't look on the Bricklink average sold list.
Oh yeah, that including a goat.
Hang on, people are paying hundreds of dollars for this goat. We can kill that whole market and put it in our own set.
No, they would put it in that big expensive set and then see what it does for a little while, or like have everyone be going for it in 6 months. You know, the original value of the original goat might drop a little bit, but this goat will still be expensive. And then like a year later, they'd put the goat in like a $20 set and just completely tank the market.
Yeah, because
I could see them doing that.
Yeah, I could see them doing that too, because like Lego acknowledges there's an adult market with their toys that are meant for kids, and therefore they know there are different ways they can manipulate the market right now, because they have the tools to do so. Yeah. And they know that the kids aren't gonna care. That's an adults only problem, so therefore they don't feel guilty about it, and they shouldn't feel guilty about it.
They make all the adults and collectors spend all their money on goats that are really expensive and only in one big set, and then they put it in a cheaper set 6 months later, so they've already made the money off of you, because you know they own Bricklink.
Exactly, because Lego's only getting a 2% cut of every sale.
But you know, goats $100. That's $2.
Yeah, and so Lego would rather kill the market on the goats in order to get people to buy a multi-$100 set to buy a set with a goat than just getting $3 from every sale.
Yeah, because then you're buying Lego's $400 or whatever set, and then they're getting a little bit more off of Bricklink.
Because I remember when people were panicking like crazy when Lego was in the process of acquiring a Bricklink, and they were speculating all these bad changes that would happen, and really nothing has happened that
Yeah,
much.
I think some of the the custom stuff got taken off of Bricklink, but beyond that,
Which I never understood why custom stuff would be available on Bricklink in the first place.
yeah,
I always found that weird that people could sell custom stuff. And we have Andrew Thornton. Hello, Drew boy. I hope that the weather's nice where you're at right now. We're 24 minutes away from ending the first episode of Ninjago Month, and so it's like there really hasn't been all that much changes besides getting rid of the custom stuff. And I never understood why custom stuff would ever be available. And there was that weird time when people could sell a Buick-car on Bricklink, and I always found that a really bad decision.
yeah,
There's a lot
that
of
is a bit odd.
Yeah, there's a lot of military builders out there who were actually buying a brick arms off of Bricklink, but that was never the time or place for it. That never sat right with me that they were that for that brief moment they were selling. So I'm gonna attempt to fast build bag 3. Because it doesn't look like it's more than 200 pieces, so I should be able to finish this in the next 13 minutes, and then we'll wrap up this show. So this one. So now we're finally building coal.
Yeah, that Cole minifig is exclusive, as is that hairpiece in that with that particular headband color.
Yeah,
which I need to get a second one of.
The hair. I'll get a closer look at the hairpiece.
Yeah, look at that.
Okay, yeah, I'm glad you got some decent weather. On the river. Hopefully the floods are slowly going away. Because if it's not on the news, then I know it mustn't be that bad right now. Because it sucks that some people got washed. That some people's property got washed away during that flood. That was crazy. Yeah. So now we'll get got to put the katana in Cole's shoulder pad, and he comes with a gold weapon, internal gold.
Yeah. A gold.
That has the machete piece.
Yeah. The gold machete hammer thing.
Because it seems like he constructed this whole extension so that he could get more long range.
Yeah.
With his fighting positions, but there he is.
Yeah, Cole typically has a scythe or a hammer. So I don't know why they didn't have that blade stick out, but you know.
Yeah, because I have one or two other Cole figures, and he's got the scythe connected to the chain.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a scythe before the movie, and then they switched it to a hammer, which I think actually makes more sense for Cole and his element.
Yes, the earth element.
Yeah.
I think that's why they made that decision, because when the movie came around, they were like, "Yeah, maybe this weapon isn't quite suited for the character."
No. Well, I don't even think the ninja used those weapons at all. They just used their mechs and then used their elemental powers. The weapons were just for the sets. But even so, I think the hammer fits it better.
Yeah, so are you saying that they don't use the weapons that much in the TV series?
Well, the movie didn't use
The movie.
weapons. Yeah, I don't remember any instance of them like actually using the weapons that came in the sets in battle. Now they did switch over a bit of the weapons in the TV series to match what was advertised as their weapons in the movie. So pre the movie, Lloyd, Kai, and Nia all had katanas, the standard Lego katana. Jay had nunchucks. Cole had a scythe, and Zane had shurikens. Now, after the movie, Kai still had the katana, the standard katana. He had 2, which was a more permanent change. And then,
Which is why actually,
Yep.
but weirdly, this Kai
Permanent-ish.
doesn't even come with a. He doesn't come with a single katana, which is weird.
yeah,
It comes with this weird thing instead.
yeah, some weird little scythe.
Yeah.
But Kai got 2 katanas from the movie. I think all of the Sons of Garmadon weapons transitioned directly from the movie.
See,
So
it's
Kai-
this is such a weird design. I didn't even recognize it as a scythe, because normally
Yeah.
it comes with. Because normally when the ninja come with a scythe, it's this piece.
Yeah, that piece has been popular. But it was Kai got 2 swords. Lloyd got the different kind of sword. And then Jay got nunchucks. He had pretty similar nunchucks in Sons of Garmadon. Cole got a hammer. Zane got a bow and arrow, and Nia got a spear. And then after the soft reboot, when it transitioned into 2019, in middle of 2019, Kai went down to 1 sword. Jay had that little like scythe piece was one end of the katana. Cole still had a hammer. Zane went back to shurikens, which I think was the better choice. Lloyd had the same kind of sword, and Nia had a spear. And those are the weapons they've stuck with.
Because it gets confusing for fans who are watching the TV series as it comes out on the
Yeah.
air to see constantly changing things, because that's when you know that the writers are having difficulty, and you never want
Yeah.
and as a writer you never want to give off that impression.
Yeah. Well, they I guess because Nia was a samurai for a while and Lloyd didn't start out originally as a ninja, you know, it kind of made it difficult. Lloyd didn't always need a weapon at first and didn't have a golden weapon, neither did Nia. So like when Lloyd did wield a sword, it was usually just your standard katana.
Yeah, because they were
And then Nia just kind of ended up with that as well.
because they were just independent characters at that time of introduction.
Yeah. But then like any of the ninja could end up wielding the standard katana at any time. Like in the ending of one of the last episodes of Skybound, the 5 original ninja were all wielding 2 katanas.
Yeah, and I remember when the Skybound sets came out, and I thought they were a downgrade from the Possession sets.
Yeah. Possession was tough to beat. I think. But Skybound, that Misfortune's Keep set, that big one, a lot of people say they liked it. I did not like it at all. There were a lot of problems with that set. The sides with the big propellers or whatever they were, those were heavy and as such caused the Technic axles to bend. The skeleton on the front just flopped all over the place. I actually had to switch it out with another piece. The neck bracket piece had to be a different neck bracket piece to make it stop moving around, and it wasn't very good.
Yeah, because I vaguely remember people complain about the. Vaguely remember people complaining about the difficulties of trying to get stuff to connect to the neck attachment.
Yeah.
And since then, I think they introduced a new neck attachment after the movie that made it easier.
Yeah. But the ninja also in the show end up wielding the collectible weapons more often than not. So like they had the golden weapons, of course, the elemental blades, the techno blades, the arrow blades. They didn't really wield the time blades except for one time blade occasionally. Yeah, they haven't actually wielded a lot of the collectible weapons.
And I'm guessing they'd only wield the collectible weapons in the TV series if it was trying to be if it was trying to do a nonchalant product placement to one of the sets.
Well, back in the earlier seasons, they'd actually make those weapons important. So like the golden weapons were important because people were trying to get them and they were powerful. The serpentine staffs were important because they had antidotes to the different serpentine powers. The fang blades were important because they were to awaken the Great Devourer. The elemental blades, they just kind of helped the ninja channel their powers. They weren't as important, but still important.
Yeah, because
the techno blades were vital to rebooting the system.
Yeah, because I remember a lot of that stuff was happening around the time of the million attack sets.
Yeah, and the jade blades were just kind of like things they fought over and they weren't exactly super relevant, but those were only in half the Tournament of Elements set, so it wasn't a big deal. And then the arrow blades were very important because besides water, those were the only things that could destroy a ghost. They were made out of deep stone.
Now I'm kind of racing against the clock to get this all done before.
Usually
4.5 minutes.
Usually the collectibles in the waves are actually important and powerful artifacts that have relevance to the TV series.
Because
very rarely does that not happen.
Yeah, because the writers of the TV series and the set designers have to be in constant communication with each other to make sure, hey, this Ninjago set better be somewhere in the TV series, and also on the opposite end, hey, you better make a set based upon this in the TV series.
I'm trying to think of like instances where we didn't get a new mold, a new like piece for the collectible weapons. I know the fang blades, I don't think that any of those were new pieces for that wave. After that, trying to think. You could claim that the second iteration of the golden weapons for the legacy sets, none of those had any new pieces, but that's kind of questionable because it's the second time they did those weapons. Beyond that, yeah, only the Fang Blades and the second time they did the Golden Weapons for Legacy are the only instances where there weren't new pieces for the collectible weapons of the waves. I suppose you could say Seabound as well, just because it was the same mold as the island, so you could say that too. But those kind of fit together anyway.
Yeah, because what I think is going to make a lot of Ninjago fans happy in the future is when they reuse molds that were specifically made for one season of sets of the TV series and repurpose them for other builds in other sets later on, so that they don't feel like any given piece doesn't have as much use afterwards. Because I think Lego has made the mistake a lot of times in the past of only introducing a piece for just the one type of set, and they kind of stuck with it when they're in their inventory because they can't use it anywhere else, or they don't have the creativity to use it anywhere else, and that's where they get new designers to say, hey, we can use this X, Y, and Z elsewhere in other things to get their money's worth. And we have just completed bag 3, so I will probably be building bags 4 and 5 on my own time.
I will say Sword of Fire, still mold from 2011, it's still being used, except from this year.
So I'm going to get out the weapon of this guy to use as a bookmark, because now it's time to wrap up.
Balobo's nature staff that help him channel his power.
The nature staff, using the power of the hippies at Greenpeace who told Lego to stop partnering with Shell. So anyway, before I played the clip, because I don't have to physically read out anything anymore. I can just play that clip to get us on our way out of it. So, who did we have today? So, we had Eggplant Head, YOLO X, Stud Sidious, Dusty Bricks, Life Bricks, Clicking Cliff. Scroll down. Garage Land Studios. Yes, and hopefully a Garage Land Studios got good value out of his time listening to Jay talk. A Duju 20. A lot of the same people. Altoy World. Johnny G. Scott's Blocks. A couple of Brickheads. A Beetlejuice. Gladiator Bricks Creation. Regular Harpy. Still scrolling. The same name. Gladiator Brick. No, sorry. Country Bricks Build Craze. Stardust, as we affectionately call him. Still the same names. I know we had Skywen somewhere down here, and there's Skywen. Jacob Neely. And Joseph Naylus. Deadwick's Collection, who was on the panel and showed up some of his Ninjago collection. So definitely subscribe to him for regular Ninjago content. I believe I edited the description to have both links to Titanium J and Deadwick's collection. And Captain Matt already has links in the description. Who else have we got here coming down to the end? Big Nate Bricks, Andrew Thornton. And that was everyone. Yeah, we are on our way out of here. 5 minutes to go. Yeah. So since I've read out everyone who commented, do you have any plugs for Lego projects on your social media, Jay?
I will. I'll plug. If you would like to see irregular Ninjago content, as in I upload whenever I feel like it, I guess. Sub to my channel, which is linked down below in the description. Then, if you want to see me somewhere regularly, go over to Brick Hive's channel and watch the Good Morning Brick World streams Sunday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hang out for 2 hours, a lot of fun. Mayo often appears as a guest.
Exactly.
And that's pretty much it. But thank you all for watching. Very, very much.
Yeah, I really enjoyed talking about Ninjago, and we're gonna talk more specifically about some of my criticisms of the theme, most notably the mechs next week.
I enjoyed getting more than 5 lines.
Yes, because whenever quiet people come onto the mayohosko channel, they're welcome to be as loud as possible.
Oh yeah, when I'm at Chicago, I'll surprise you. I was very chatty at Chicago. In person, I am chatty.
Yeah, so I'll play this once again so people can remember where to find me.
Be sure to like, comment, share, subscribe, and ring that notification bell. It is very important that you subscribe to the mayohosko channel because you can help mayohosko on the journey to interact with as many different people from the LEGO Online YouTube community as possible. I love this community and I love everyone watching this video. I go live every Friday night in North America at 9 p.m. Eastern. And I will always go that time because that's where I know the eyeballs are. So I thank you for watching. You can find me on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, my Facebook fan club, Discord, and Pinterest using links in the description, or go to my website, mayohosko.weebly.com, for all of my links and other external information. You can also choose to invest in the mayohosko channel using the Patreon and Rakuten links in the description. I'm glad that you have chosen to watch the mayohosko channel. You have made a wise choice. I hope that you will come back again, and I hope to see your name in the comments in the future. Thank you for watching.
So I really enjoyed myself today.
I too have enjoyed.
Yes, and we'll be doing this all again same time next week. And I'm guessing Captain Matt was working this weekend, so I'm guessing next weekend he won't be working because he works every other weekend. So hopefully in parts 2 and 4 of Ninjago Month he should be available to come onto the panel. So because I know that he always likes to talk about the TV series, and so there'll probably be more conversations about the TV series whenever he comes on the panel. But thank you for watching this. Yeah, I'm getting tired after these builds. I'm sure everyone else is getting tired. So I'll let everyone enjoy the rest of their day, and we'll see everyone next time. Let's roll the credits.
see how many likes we got. 18 likes. Hopefully we'll get 2 more on the replay. Thank you for watching.
Bye, guys.
Wait, let me get my face up so we can go end